everybody. Welcome back to Wappleville. Merry Christmas. Yeah, we got more kitties for you. More kitties. So this is one of the two Argo kitties that we painted last night. We've got Catladriel here, and I think Flufflorien. That is what I have named her particular kingdom. We've got the inspiration for the basing was this one right here. I just happen to have these. They were actually for another thing. Hey there, Landrast. Hey there, Armored Wolf. Yeah, sorry for the delay. I again, a bunch of messages popped up. At least this also. All I got to do is just prime this thing now, and it's ready to go. Hey there, Ryan. So Ryan, hopefully tomorrow is a fun game for you, at least to watch. I know you won't be able to be there, but hopefully that works out pretty well. Now these are FDM printed, but they're birch trees, right? So all of the linear stuff that goes this way, I mean, at least it sort of works in my flavor, and we're still going to be doing oils. As far as our Catladriel here, we might try to go with not quite an orange tabby, but maybe something, I don't know. Well, we'll see, maybe like a amberish type color. Not sure yet. Oh, these, by the way, check these out. Hey there, Lord Goober, how you doing? So these roots here, I haven't actually printed these. Well, I printed them out. I never used them before. So yeah, these are brand new, never used before. We'll see how they're doing. Nice to see you there, Goop. I hope that you're doing well. So FDM style printer for these, just because they were bigger and I wasn't really intending to use them for a miniature. And then of course the miniatures printed out on the Anycubic Mono X, just like here's our other big Argo kitty. There we go. So there's the two of them right there. And again, once they're dry, we'll get the water effects and such on there. So Ryan, as usual, maybe wait a little bit till there's more folks in the chat so that you can post your oil painted stuff there. You know what? We're just gonna start hitting this with some lighter stuff. I think we'll go. Yeah, well, use this. Nah, we won't use that. I'll get that one out of the way here. Let me grab this guy. Hey there, Deck Knight and Uber Yeti. Nice to see ya. So Goober, hopefully the 3D printing has been fun. I think, as you can see, right, it is very much an adventure all its own, for sure. You know what? I'm gonna grab me a little touch of that there. You know what? I'll use this. I'll use this at least initially here. So great to see you there, Landrast. Actually, I may have to, well, obviously hours from now, I'm gonna have to keep an eye out on the bamboo because it may run out of filament on this print that I just started. Again, I don't think it'll be for a while. It's some more stuff for Erebor. Geez, Goober, I've still just stuck with the 4. So yeah, now I know that probably extends the printing times a little bit, but gee, you must be getting some really nice stuff out of that .2 needle there. So great to see you there, Deck Knight. Merry Christmas. So Deck Knight, hopefully Christmas was a blast for you, or at least mellow. So Ryan, great to see you. Yeah, Ryan, that was pretty wild painting those Argo kitties last night on the stream. I might have to print these out again and then kind of show folks what we were doing here with all of the different colors in the grids, because Ryan, it led to some really interesting film noir. Yeah, there was some pretty interesting film noir. Now again, these roots down here. Oh, by the way, I also have some more. What's weird is that my mini factory apparently is having a winter sale. I guess it's half off. Not everything on there is half off though. So that's the only reason why I just got some more files off of my mini factory, because there was this winter sale and it said 50% off. Hey there, Green Fairy Studios. How you doing? Merry Christmas. So Green Fairy, Let's see. You're not doing Trench Crusade. You're doing. Oh gosh, it's Sorry that I'm sorry I can't remember the name. I just keep seeing Trench Crusade everywhere. And of course, Green Fairy Stews, if you want to share some of the stuff you've been working on for that. And hey, Ryan, if you want to share, yeah. Why don't you share your oil painting links there, Ryan? We got some more folkses here in the chat now. So yeah, why don't you share that? Ah, so Quars War, okay. So I don't know when Trench Crusade came out, but whatever it is, it's certainly trouncing MESBG. Well, that's trounced itself. I think own goal is what some parts of the world might use to describe that. More of this here. I think War of the Rohirrim has exited the building. The twin towers of rush jobs, I think, are bearing their just fruits. Hey there, Megan. So Megan,
So say we all.
oh thanks, Megan. I think I sent you a picture of the kitties, right? If I didn't, my apologies, but I think I did. I saw all of your pictures. Speaking of pictures, everybody check out the link that Ryan just shared. Super fabulous oil painted miniatures. So go check out that Instagram link there that Ryan just posted. So yeah, Green Fairy. These are from Apache Studio. And oh geez, you know what? I probably should have tried to get some of like the Gimli and stuff. I probably should have tried to get some of those while there's the 50% off sale. I have no idea how long it's going to last, but thanks, Megan. Appreciate that. So, Megan, hopefully nobody has caught any kind of exotic whatevers there in the during the Christmas holidays here. Just trying to get me some light on here. I think we're going to try and tint that a little bit more towards kind of a goldish tan, whatever. Here, we'll probably just slap some of our lighter green on those. But and same thing over here. But yeah, these roots, I'm really curious. Wasn't sure how these were going to work out, and these are just printed regular size. I didn't alter these from whatever the original was. There's obviously some small pieces. I'm sure this must be from Make It Epic Basing. Just given the ones that there, I actually have from Goon Master. I think it's from Goon Master or Zabavka. Actually, yeah, I got some Zabavka tree root files. Whereas these are just kind of open like this. The Zabavka ones, they actually have the ground underneath them. So I thought having both could probably work well. Yeah, sorry about that, Megan. Yes, it's just like what always wishing people good luck with printing, right, Megan? Yeah, wishing good luck with printing immediately causes the printer to basically catch fire. I'm going to keep trying to work in some later stuff on my trees. Again, the FDM style printing is working out okay here because the literally the your layer lines here work very much in my favor. So Goober, I'm pretty much thinking you don't get any layer lines at all with your point 0.2 nozzle, right? I mean, and again, until certain things get cleared, I don't think I'll be getting that second printer. So we're just going to have to make do with the one that we have. Because eventually, Landrast, right, we're both going to stop printing out all of Edoras and all of Middle Earth. There will come a point where it's all printed out. And well, then there'll be a whole new thing to read. But I'm hoping that that'll be the case where I just kind of go, you know what? It may take even that much longer to try and print out all the things that I need to, but I may just have to go that route. I was gonna go with the green eyes here on Catladriel. And yeah, where'd you? Here you are. So this Arena Studios. That's kind of just. Remember, I pulled this one up last night and said, "Hey, I think I got these birch trees printed." You can see how much bigger they're printed out. And again, that was since they're birch trees, I thought I could kind of get away with some layer lineage there. And it looks like it's going to work out that way. Merry Christmas there, Pura Vida. Merry Christmas. Well, Happy New Year, too. Of course, we will be doing, well, at least I'm supposed to be doing, my New Year's Eve stream where we're going to be painting the globe, of course, spanning the globe. So Merry Christmas there, Pura Vida. And Pura Vida, oh, man, where's the other one? Here he is. This is, that's what we painted last night, right there. And, oh, here it is. It's over here now. And on our Thursday stream, this is that painting that I originally did when I was 13. And I thought, well, the vertical format doesn't work on stream, but a circular one does. And this way the didn't matter which way the composition went, it was just in a circle. So this was super cool. Just did it on one of the flat plastic ones there. And it worked out really well. And that, again, is based on painting that I did when I was 13. This one right here. Which way are we going with this here? Maybe making it a little bit lighter, not sure. Well, in any case, I got to get me some green on our plants here. So we're going to take some of this here. Radiant green, a little bit of that to make this. And we'll dump that over here. I guess, oh, Goober, what was the first thing that you printed out with the new A1 Mini? Pura Vida, I think it was about, it might have been closer to 5. I think it was about at least 4.5 hours or so. But I couldn't resist doing that. I've been wanting to paint that for, well, as you know, I've been wanting to paint that for a long time. But there was just no way to make the composition work out the way I wanted it to until that whole ornament thing presented itself. Because actually, Megan, I think, didn't you send me the 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 flat plastic ones? Because I had all the round ones, the spherical ones, and then you said, "Hey, here, check out these," and you sent me a box of I think it was the flat ones, right? Ah, here's the other. I knew there was something else that was green on here. So there's that. I'll do this. So this is the bog myrtle bushes, and we did use those on the original one. There we go. There's some bog myrtle bushes right there. Okay, I'm glad my memory, as you know, is not just failing. It pretty much has failed. It's dead. It's gone. There is no memory. There's no brain or anything like that. There's maybe a small bit of the brain stem that's left. Everything else is long since gone. Let me try. Oh, actually, you might recognize this here. Those, remember the Royal Lang nickels that you just sent? We still have one of those in operation here. It's got a little bit of our brown in there. We're going to still use some of this. Let me hit these roots in a couple of places. Now, I appreciate that, Megan. And of course, Megan, I think you know the story of how I found the painting, because of course I couldn't find any of the pictures that I had taken of it. And I thought, well, I need to have my little reference image, right? So that people could see what it is that I'm trying to do. couldn't find the pictures. And I thought, well, I'll just get the painting and I'll just take the pictures again. Then I couldn't find the painting for over 3 hours. The only reason I ever found it, I'd still be looking for it, as I put some blonde-ish stuff on the hair here. The only reason I even found it at all is because I ran across a Christmas decoration, and I thought, oh, wait a minute, this is supposed to be hanging in the living room. So I grabbed it, and when I went to hang it in the living room, guess what was hanging in the very spot where that where that decoration was supposed to go? It was that painting. And that was the reason why I couldn't find it, because the one thing I didn't do was look up at the walls. I'd been all in that area many times looking for it. Thought, well, it's just not here. I don't know where it is. Oh, it was there the entire time. And if it wasn't for me finding that Christmas decoration, like I said, I'd probably still be looking for that painting to this at this point. Oh, wait, pause, hands, whatever. Yeah, should probably get a little bit of that in there. Indian yellow. Now let's get into some of this here fast matte white. Like this. There you go. Now there's friends of ours that they ended up having to adopt a whole bunch of kittens all at once. And let's see, I think there's Eowyn, Gandalf, Pippin, and I think that's the cats that they had. I think that was the names they ended up giving them. A little lighter there. Okay, now you know what? While I have this, I'm gonna go with a even lighter green on our plants here. Our bog myrtle bushes. Again, those are from Make It Epic Basing. So Pura Vida, hope that you had a fantastic Christmas, and well, hopefully you'll be able to do something fun or relaxing for the new year. It could be, well, let's see. I think where are they playing, Ryan? Where's the is that in the orange? That's in the Orange Bowl. It could get kind of interesting there on Saturday. I guess there's all kinds of interesting weather that's going to happen in the places that are usually warm and sunny this time of year. Now, where's that other? I think this was the brush. Yep, this is the one I was using. Now, I'm going to try and actually do a little bit of filling in of those layer lines. So now we got a little bit more thinner in the paint. A little more thinner. And now we're going to try to do a little bit like this here. We need to make it lighter anyways. And now it's all, look at that, it's filling in those layer lines. Check that out. That is one of the fabulous things about the, was it the Black Matte PLA. So again, for those that didn't hear earlier, it seems like My Mini Factory has a 50% off sale going on, but it doesn't seem to be every single file. In fact, even some, it might even not be for every file, like say whoever is going along with that sale, maybe not all of their files are on sale, or they part of that 50% off. So the playoffs, the regular season is still going in the NFL there, Pura Vida. We are in the college playoffs. We are in the college playoffs, and, well, Georgia's going to have themselves an interesting time now because Carson Beck had surgery, so his season is done. So they will have to rely on the virtually untested rookie, or shall we say, redshirted freshman. So the playoffs just took a very interesting turn. And of course, we cover all college sports here on the Wampleville Sports Network, featuring the APCC, the Atlantic Pacific Central Conference, 10,000 teams, no academic standards. Everybody makes the playoffs. The portal is open all game long. As long as you got a jersey, you can switch sidelines whenever you want. Now, where is my blending brush that I just had in my hand? That was in my hand. There it is. Here you are. So, yeah, I believe there's at least 2 weeks left in the regular season. And then, yeah, I think there's 2 weeks left in the regular season. Then you'll have the playoffs. So the Super Bowl, I believe, is somewhere around mid-February, something like that. Well, Pura Vida, what's interesting is that he had to play the second half of the SEC championship game, which means now there's some tape. So he caught Texas by surprise a little bit there. But no, not Tech. Yeah, he caught Texas by surprise. So that kind of only happens once. You catch a team by surprise. You come off the bench like that. It kind of happened with Texas A&M, where they, due to injury and ineffectiveness, had to put in their basically redshirt freshman quarterback, and things went really well the first game, maybe even the first game and a half. And then people said, "Oh, we can scheme for this." Yep, I'm just dragging this stuff over this way. But I do think that this new format has definitely meant the regular season games mean a whole lot more. Now, of course, don't say that bowl games don't mean anything to say Army and Navy, because Navy actually manages to beat Oklahoma. Let's put it this way: the SEC has kind of been taking a little bit of a beating in the bowl games, although it does look like anchor down. The Commodores beat the Ramblin' Wreck of Georgia Tech in the Rice Krispies Tostitos Aspartame Bowl, whatever. I don't know what any of these bowls are called anymore. Pretty sure that tomorrow you got like the Asbestos Bowl and the Solid Waste Bowl and the Tidy Bowl and all the other bowls going on. There is definitely getting to be a rising hue and cry for the second round games to not be bowl games, to go on campus, so to speak, with even those games. So you have look at that, just filling in those layer lines. They're really starting to look like birch trees here. Let's do this. A bit more up there. So Megan, I guess how many more days of glorious Christmas vacation do they have? Is it till January 2nd, or is it a little bit? I forget if January 2nd is a weekday. Actually, Pura Vida. One of the reasons I printed out these routes was supposed to be for my lizardmen bases, and those other routes that I just got Believe it or not, that's actually what they're for. They are for the lizard men, and I'm really looking forward to doing some more lizard man terrain. Hey there, Grant Oracle. I could use me a little bit of a. There we go. A little bit of a ration of medicine right there. Oh boy, Grand Oracle. I was really hoping for maybe like a 9:45. It ended up being about a 10:10 start or something like that. So definitely a little bit later than what I was hoping for. But now that we've started our mega series, of course, on the Lizard Men, we're starting to revamp this old army. I even have 3D printed engines of the gods. Hey, Goober, remember these guys here? So actually, Lord Goober and I, we actually had a chance to. Oh, wasn't it your Empire? Yeah, it was your Empire army versus these guys. I think I had. I don't know if I had both of the engines. I think I had one. And I think I had that Cold Ones unit. I seem to remember that Cold One unit failing all of its leadership tests, and I don't know if I had Sticky Wicket or Baby Bobble. I don't think I had Baby Bobble either in that game, but I think I did have Sticky Wicket as the general of the army there. And again, that's a painting that I did at Games Day in 2009. Oh, thanks, Pura Vida. I will get you your sound in a second here. One second. Let me. Oops, no, I don't want that. Let me try this here. One second here. That was this. Okay. Oh, you can't hear it when I'm doing that. Sorry about that. Can't hear that sound. And I'm gonna redo this my display board. Yeah, I want to redo that. And then of course I think we still have some other things that. Oh, did I already pass it up here? No, I don't think I did. It's around here somewheres. Ah, here we go. Yeah. This was made out of Sculpey right here. Oh, and then there's the Carnosaur. Oh, look at that. Some object source lighting. So here you go,
So say
Pura
we
Vida.
all.
Sorry about that. Thanks so much. I want to make sure that you get your sound. And oh, it looks like we're at 37% of a level 1 there. Oh, geez, we went from 37 to 87 because Pura Vida said, I want to be in a Blitzkrieg. So thank you so much, Pura Vida. Appreciate that. Boy, I wish he's just out of reach. But yeah, we actually started doing a whole massive Lizard Man army painting
So
series.
say we all.
We'll also be doing we'll be doing some paint streams, like say with that maybe with the Steggy and stuff. Where did you go? There you are. Oh, I still have my new hype trains. That's it. Forgot those are in the kitchen. But for now, here's this all aboard the Linseed Express. Whoa, there it goes. There it goes. Is it the hype train or is it the hypno train? Yes, you wish to use it. Look at this. Look, see how fast you can paint with the oils. Yes, you wish to use the oils. Thanks, Grand Oracle. Appreciate that. Thanks, Grand Oracle. Yeah, let's just keep going. Let's keep adding some of our lighter stuff here. So you'll be seeing some of that as time moves along. I really do want to get to that some of those dwarf buildings. Essentially, they're the same, roundabout the same size as the Hobbit holes, right? So, and of course, there I want to be able to do all the winterizing of the buildings, because I did that for a for that Stalingrad building. But I think our basically Erebor style terrain. That's what I got printing out. Oh, speaking of which, well, later on I'll bring up Bambi Cam. And again, I might have to briefly run Skedaddle down there just to change out the filaments in case that one runs out.
So say we all.
Oh, thanks, Pura Vida. Is that a level? 2 or is that level 3? It's got to be at least level 2. Thank you so much, Pura Vida.
So say we all.
I don't know what Valorant is or Valorant. However, there's some more subs. Oh, and there is Valorant. Thank you so much, Valorant. Appreciate that. What do we got here? What do we got here? What's coming up? What's coming? Oh, 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 oh. There it is. Hype train.
So say we all.
Hype train. There it is. Uh oh. Yeah, I forgot the other hype train cookies. So if we need them,
So
I
say
might
we
uh,
all.
I might run into the kitchen there to grab our other hype train so that we can have some more hype train fun for sure.
So say we all.
Let's see. Oh, so Valo is a video game that is giving bonus subs for Christmas. Thank you so much, Mastercrafted Alex, and of course, Merry Christmas too. Thanks a bunch, because that looked like something from Twitch instead of just okay. That's just a Twitch user named Valorant. I thought, I don't know about that. First, I thought maybe it was like, wait a minute, there's bots that are giving out subs. It's like the Christmas bot. I'm gonna say that's probably a level 3 hype train there. That means I'm gonna go grab me some of the other hype trains. So don't go anywhere. We're gonna start off your sound, but I'm gonna go grab that other train. So there you go. There's a whole collection of hype trains. Look at that. All aboard the hype train. Wow, that's going to make everybody dizzy right there. We even got a gyro in there. Look at that. There you go. It's the hype train wheel. Maybe I need to put it so if I put something here and if it can spin on that, we can spin the hype train wheel. That's we keep coming up with all kinds of new demented ways to do crazy stuff here. So thank you so much, Pura Vida, and of course, Grant Oracle, everybody that has popped some bits in there, and the gift subs too. Appreciate that. And again, I hope that everybody has been having themselves. Obviously, Christmas Day is an important thing, but I'm hoping now that it's what is the weekend after Christmas here that people are going to be able to enjoy that as well or recover. Because some folks, if you had a big passel of family members or something over at the casa, you might need that time just to recover. Oh, and Pure, I did make some new angel cookies. Uh, those were all given out to eat to folks, so we got to make ourselves some more angel cookies that we'll just have on stream here. Yeah, we're just trying to make this a whole lot lighter now. Just doing some de facto dry brushy type stuff. I want to get a little bit of the actually I was tempted to throw some of the manganese blue in here a little bit and get that down in there. Get that in here. Yes, and I knew that there was going to be a bit mischievous trying to get a brush all the way in there with the trees positioned as they are. But that's why we got these big old crafty brushes, right? So thanks, appreciate that. So is that level 3 or was that a level 4? I think it was a level 3, right? Okay, we're 4% of a level 4. So I think I'm on track. I think we are caught up. And again, thanks as always for the bits and the subs. That makes a big difference. Continue with this. A little more back there. A little more back there too. We also have to start doing some of our darker glazy things too. Ooh, what just popped it up to 67, 68%. Thanks so much, Pura Vida. Appreciate that. We did do more Weeping Angel cookies. Now, so genius. I'm looking at you because well I have no eyelids, so I got no choice but to look at your ugly face. Not talking to you, the viewers. I'm talking to the idiot behind the camera. So idiot behind the camera who sculpted me with no eyelids. Like, does it look like I have eyelids? It's like, well, you also look like a cat. Well, you noticed. Genius. Wait a minute. I'm not supposed to go in here and get insulted. I'm supposed to be the one that does the insulting. Thank you so much, Pura Vida. I think that gets us a level 5, or level 4 at least, because I see a whole bunch of hundreds. I see a bunch of hundos. Oh, I see a snowman too. I see a bunch of hundos and a snowman, which means we get sound, and I think we get some fury as well. All aboard. We got, we got all kinds of hype trains. Look at this. We got hype trains. We got hype. Oh, these still smell good. Holy smokes. That that still smells like a cookie. Those other ones not so much because well these aren't also 4 years old. But yeah, this still smells. Ooh, that still smells good right there. And of course, we got ourselves a Giro right there. So yeah, this plate just got wafted under my nose there, and I'm like, wow, I can. That smells pretty good there. So thanks. Oh, here it is. Wow, that was fast. Holy smokes. That was one of the fastest hype trains I've ever seen. Thing just flew right on by there. Oh, you know what I need to do? Let me get my reference. There. Okay. Just needed my reference. Now I need this. We'll use this. We will go ahead here and use this. Let me take some of that. Where's my, oh, there's my ochre. My brown ochre, the yellow ochre. Start breaking this here stuff down. Thanks, Pura Vida. Appreciate that. Let me break that down some more. There we go. I think we're getting there now. Alright, you in here. You know what? I can zoom in, can I not? Yep, I got one zoom. Again, I was going to go with like a greenish type of thing for the eyes here. I think that's the avenue to go. Maybe hints of yellow in there, maybe even a hints of some blue. For Gandalf, though, obviously he's going to... Where'd he go? There he is. Gandalf the Grey, he's going to be a Russian, well, whatever the gray cats are. And he'll get yellow eyes. So yeah, Gandalf the Grey going to get himself some yellow eyes. So now this is not going to quite have the grayishness there in the fur. Get that down into here too. Yeah, let's do that here on the hair. Let's do that over here. I guess that now big in Were there going to be any more? Oh, and I'll go blue, I think, with that gem right there. Yeah, I think we'll roll with some blue on that. Wasn't sure how many more family gatherings and such you might have. So Elite, these are, everything is 3D printed. These roots are from, I'm pretty darn sure, those are from Make It Epic Basing. Now, everything else but the birch trees was printed on the usual resin printer, but the birch trees, because they weren't originally meant for this, those were printed on the FDM style printer. So Pure of It, I think all cat's eyes kind of have that yellow in the dark right there. Doesn't matter what the regular color is, or the green, sorry. Yeah, that's something in the little membrane, right? That helps. Oh, gives them that night vision. That's right. Here we go. So again, here's those same exact, literally the same birch trees printed in resin, and then these are the birch trees printed on the FDM style printer. So Elite, is there an NFL triple header tomorrow, or is it a double header tomorrow, Elite? And of course, we have tons of bowl games. We still have bowl games going on today. I'm not sure if they ever finished the Georgia Tech game because, well, not only did they have fights on the field, and again, don't tell teams that bowl games don't mean anything. There was fights on the field. The coach almost got thrown out of the game. And then, of course, with all the storms and stuff going on in the south and southeast there, they stopped the game. Let me open it. So we got another one of these things again. I guess this happened here. Let me try this. So let's see what it's a. Is that a duck? So that's Oh, I still have to press. I guess I have to press this to for you guys to see that. All right. So I guess that's what it sent me. So yeah, my focus will definitely be on the bowl games for sure. I mean, we'll just sort of semi keep tabs on the NFL stuff. So Pura Vida, if I share that, does that mean that everybody else can also have access to that? Because I didn't realize what that was for like years. Had no idea what that was. So yeah, you can see how this already starts to change right just by virtue of what we're doing here. Well, it really changes this around. So yeah, Pura Vida, this is almost a little bit kind of like an orange tabby here. I mean, again, since it's Catladriel, we want to have that sort of blondish hair. Maybe that wouldn't be all inappropriate if it was more like an orange tabby or something. Yeah, Elite, I don't even know what the games are. The Thursday night thing, that was just kind of woof. I mean, talk about some bad teams that potentially could be in the playoffs or even win divisions. Let me get some of my Indian yellow into this. Ooh, wow. That already amps up the juice on this thing a whole bunch. Man, oh man, that really cranks that up. Because I want the gold, obviously, to be a different A little more intensity on the golds than on the hair. So thanks again. Yeah, appreciate everybody that contributed to all the hype train goodness there. And I think we got at least to a level past to a level 4. I don't think we got the level 5, but we sure did get the level 4. So yeah, Elite. Basically, all Seattle has to do is, well, Chargers have to, not the Chargers, sorry, the Rams have to lose a game, which they could definitely do. And then I think they play each other the last game of the season, Elite. So basically, Chargers, sorry, I keep saying that Chargers, the Rams have to lose that one game that they're not playing each other, and then Seattle has to win that game, and that could very much be the case. Now, let me see what we can do here. Phthalo. Now, I'm going to do this. Let's. All right, we got this manganese blue sitting here. We also have our Indian yellow sitting over there. So, how's about we combine those together and see what happens? And let's start giving this again a little bit of a greenish look here. On the eyes is. All right. Now we maybe leave that stuff alone. Let me just get a little something here on the gems tool. Let me just grab. Tempted to use. You know what? We haven't used this one. I'm going to throw me a little bit of the ultramarine blue out there.
Hello, little hobbits. Spark my guns.
Throw a little bit of that out here. And we will thank you so much, Dan Osborne. Appreciate that. I think, oh my gosh, can you imagine when this guy's painted? He's like, hello, little hobbits. Galadriel, I think maybe both of us have been hitting the pipeweed, or maybe it's just me because we look like cats. Yeah, usually Gandalf looks something more like this. So thank you so much, Dano. Appreciate that. This is our first roll of the big Gandalf 6 here. Uh-oh. Never fails. You mention pipeweed. What happens? You don't get the 6. You get the 1s there. So thank you so much, Dano. Oh, Dano, here, let me show you. If you wonder what the heck is with the cats, these we did last night. So I think he calls these the Argo cats. So these are 3D printed from Apache Studio. And again, this is not chibi cats is not not the usual thing that we're doing. Oh, here we go. So I just we're kind of replicating this RN Studios Galadriel figure that we did here. So yeah, you can eerie similarities, right? Now, thanks, Dan. I appreciate that. I think he definitely went cat O-tonic for sure there, Grand Oracle. Now, of course, this was our last stream, last ornament stream right here. This is super fun. That was that chip, right, when I was 13. Okay, here's, again, this is more of a typical kind of a Lord of the Rings figure that we would be painting on stream. Oh, you know, I still got to make the video of this. Remember we painted this one up here? Yeah, I got to make the video for that thing. Well, I'll probably try to do that after the stream tonight. So thank you so much for the follow, Dano. Appreciate that. Where'd my brush go? I just had that in my hand. I think that's this one here. You know what? I'm going to roll with, not this one, not this one. This one. I'll take this here. I'm going to get a little bit of this. That's just a touch of our Payne's gray. Little touch of that. Come on, a little more. Geez, I might have to. Well, I need to throw some more of that out here. But I'm just going to roll that again down into some of the crevices here. So thanks, Alex. Appreciate that. Yeah, we're just going to darken that down a smidge here. Back here too. There we are. Just to throw that down to a little bit more of a cooler range there. Gonna get a little bit there. Okay, there we are. Yeah, you'll go catatonic for sure if you have too much of that pipeweed. Oh, and of course we do have got that Hobbit, the giant Hobbit farmhouse printed out. So again, it's probably about 2.5 of these put together. Of course, the Hobbit Tavern is more like 5 of those put together. Again, also I'm going to start doing a scene where we have all of the foliage on them too. Alright, at this point it's kind of a simple thing. We're just taking some of our Van Dyke Brown and such here. I'm looking to just put some of that on our birch trees here. Oh, and again, congrats to the middies there. Fear the Bones, the midshipmen managed to defeat the Sooners. I think that was the Armed Services Bowl. I could be wrong. Let me get that down here. And a little bit of the Van Dyke Brown. Now, so Bacon, if you need to get to sleeps there, I know it's already very late there. Well, appreciate you being here. Let's do these two. So again, the birch trees here are the same birch trees from Make It Epic Basing. I just made them larger and printed them out on the FDM style printer. But as you have seen with all the terrain that we've been painting, right, the layer lines, the oils just really get down into those layer lines and really do a fantastic job of hiding that. Taken. Oh, look at this. We conveniently have a little bit of the Indian yellow over here where our perline black is going. That is going to go onto these here. And then our bog myrtle bushes. Right here. So this is it's starting to compile some color. You can see this is not so shiny anymore, so that's why I'm kind of working around out here so that we can wander back to that where the paint has had a chance to set. This is all being done with oil paint, so it's not going to be dry. Again, what we're looking for it to be is set, which means that any subsequent stuff that we do on there is going to sink in very easily. Now, Pura Vida also has the big Gandalf 6 there, plus Pura Vida has compiled a few of our favorite characters. I see Alex the Cave Troll there. I see Woody. Oh, I even see Mr. Giggles. There's Mr. Giggles. And you might wonder why he is named Mr. Giggles. It's because he's a very fun guy. So the puns strike back there. Grand Oracle just struck back there with some punnage. Just drop that down. Let me throw some of that over here. Let's try it this way here. So yeah, Elite Navy managed to pull off yet another dramatic win there, and that was an Oklahoma team that was trying. They weren't just there to hang out, because I think Oklahoma now ends up with a losing season. That was not what he was looking for, because I think 2 of his 3 seasons now have been losing seasons, and that ain't going to fly in Norman. Well, not for long, anyways. So yeah, yeah, Elite. You never know when they're gonna happen, do you? They sometimes just come out of nowhere, no warning. You never know when they're going to strike. We'll roll like this here. No, maybe I might even go a little bit darker around this end here. Around the eyes is. Now that one's supposed to go there. Let's see if we can take some of that away. Okay, so I'm just going to get me a new one of these then. We'll just have to rock and roll with a new one here. So this was just a bowl game. The game that they played last week, that was the Army-Navy game. So that's basically a special game that those 2 schools play against each other, that they have been playing since, I do believe, 1869. Where's my... there's my... I do need my phthalo green. That's sap green. Oh, no, let me grab the phthalo green. We'll grab that. 1 second here. Okay, I just need a tiny bit of it. So yeah, the college playoff, the first round of that was last week. And New Year's Eve is when the next set of games is going to happen. So let's start getting a little bit of green into these eyes here. Stippling some of that in here. So Megan, hopefully none of the cats have been taking a liking to maybe knocking ornaments off the tree or something like that. I seem to remember that they do have when the tree goes away, that also is they have a interesting reaction just when the tree is then gone. So I think we've got at least 3 bowl games tomorrow. There is still one going on tonight in Vegas, and that is A&M and USC. Try and get that. There we go. You just flip it over this way. to snag that line. Reinforce this one down here a little more. Now let's start working some lighter stuff in here. So we've got, we'll see. This is where we start to find out, okay, those layoffs, right? So teams like Oregon, well, Georgia. Let's see, who else has that bye? Oh yeah, Arizona State. They also have themselves a bye. We'll see how those teams that had the bye, how are they going to react versus teams that had to play. So that would be Penn State having 2 pick sixes against Southern Methodist. So yeah, SMU, and that was the interesting thing because all of these warm weather teams had to go into stadiums where there was either snow or it was snowing or it was certainly cold enough for it to snow. So that was super fun. As someone who really enjoys it when warm weather teams have to come this way. And remember, Elite, I was saying there we're going to really find out which teams kind of are used to these type of games and which teams are not. And it was very evident which teams just haven't played in these type of games. And especially out of conference games. So you can see what we're starting to get the eyes now, starting to get a little bit of a lightness to them. Can still go even further with that. There we go. I think we still have this zoomed in, right? Yes, we do. So I do think you can see what's going on here. Now we got to get obviously the pupil in there as well. There. So there was definitely some wind in that game, although I don't really think the pick sixes were related to that. But when the weather is cold, that football it acts very differently. For throwing it, for kicking it, even just for carrying it. If it's cold, sufficiently cold enough, it's pretty much like trying to kick or throw a brick. Which is where Deflategate sort of came in. All right, getting a little bit of pink on that schnoz there. No, we tried. Just gonna use this. I'll just roll with that. Maybe some of our Van Dyke Brown too. And in we go with our eyes here. With those pupils. And then we'll do the our light that goes up over the top of them, the usual highlights that you would see on the eyes. But we want to let this have a chance once again. We got to give it a chance to set here. You know what? I'm going to throw me a little bit more of that darker stuff here. Maybe even over the nose a little. Might have to move these over a bit. Let's do that. might even some of that, again, the phthalo green, Indian yellow. That's going to go in there. More of it here. Might be getting a little bit too dark. Not a problem. We will take some of our yellow here. Well, that makes it now opaque. At least semi-opaque. So yeah, that manganese blue didn't really quite have as much of the oomph that I was looking for. I think we're starting to get there now. Lighten this up a little bit more, maybe on the inside. Okay. Back to some of this kind of orangey round color here. Now let's take some of this. That's a bit on the lighter side. Start doing some stuff here on the nose slash mouth slash whatever. I'm gonna keep using some of that white here. That's going to go here. And some of that down here. Come on, there we go. Then we need some of that around the eyes too, it looks like. Yeah. So some of that here. And here too. There we go. Oh, yeah, we definitely need that right in here. So super light. In that area, and then another shot of it over here, and maybe not so much on the nose. Have to start thinking about her little crown slash tiara slash whatever. Also, well, some light on the regular hair, I guess, if we want to call it that. Do I want to lighten that up too? I might actually have to come back and make some of that a little bit, maybe even a little bit darker. Start to lighten up this hair. This can still be a whole lot lighter here, I think. Gonna back off of this a little bit. Maybe, hopefully this is not too light here. For some of the hair.
Hello, little hobbits. Spark my ganja.
Another here right along here as we welcome in Garville. Thank you so much, Garville. Appreciate that. Obviously, Gandalf appreciates that follow too. Seriously, I know I got one sitting there in my mouth, but we might have to give up on this Shire weed right here. Thank you so much, Michael Paints Minis. Appreciate that. All right, so Garville, what's going to happen on the big Gandalf 6 roll? Ooh, okay. Pipeweed was mentioned again. Last time we had that, but a safe roll, a safe roll. How you doing there, Michael? Merry Christmas again. Hey there, Dark Horse. Second Merry Christmas there. Also, it's still a happy Friday here. And of course, continuing to paint these crazy kitties here. Oh, where's our other one? So again, these are 3D printed from Apache Studio right there. We had a blast doing these. Once they are dry, I'm gonna give them the water effects and such on their bases. So that's gonna be extra special. Really looking forward to seeing that. So great to see you there, Dark Horse, and thank you so much, Michael. Appreciate that. Michael, you want to post anything in the chat? Please go ahead. And of course, everybody, please also give Michael Paints Minis a follow because Michael Paints Minis on stream. So please give Michael Paints Minis a follow too while you're at it. Yeah, okay, geez, I didn't think I could go that much lighter there, but even that is not straight up white either. We still have a little more leeway to go with that. So glad that you're doing well there, Michael. And again, same thing there, Dark Horse. Hoping that everybody's having themselves a fantastic post-Christmas weekend. Come on, there we are. Now, again, what I'm doing this stuff because I want to give what we did on the eyes there a chance to set. We can't just roll right back in there right away. We have to give that paint at least 5-10 minutes ideally to have a chance to set. Not dry, but at least set. Alright, let me see if I can go a little, maybe a little lighter over here on this, for at least over here on the mouth. And then maybe a teensy bit down here too. Then we also have this. Let me try and get some lighter stuff there. We're also going to have to get some stuff here, some lighter colors on the dress and such. So Michael, yes, I'm trying to do all the things right. Is it's more work than regular work. Where are we at here? Let me grab some of this. And you can see the difference that's going to make now. Look at how much lighter that is. Also, blending brush. Where you at? Where you hiding? I know that you are out here somewheres because I've been using you. There. I think this is one of the first times I know. Oh, we did it on the Kathy miniature. That's right. Where the heck did that go? Yeah, we don't have our. Where's our Kathy miniature that we did with all the wintry stuff? Where is that one hiding? I'm not quite sure where that. Oh, here it is. Jeez. Yeah. This is another one where we print. Oh, I gotta do the snow and ice. Yeah, this is definitely sufficiently dry enough to do the snow and ice. Maybe I'll try and do that after the stream. And of course, again, Michael, you want to share anything in the chat, please go ahead. So Dark Horse, it's been actually, even the bowl games themselves have been more interesting than you would maybe expect them to be. You know what? Let me get a little touch of our yeah, we got a little touch of our blue in there. That is the Radiant Turquoise. Little Radiant Turquoise in there, so that'll kind of stand out a little bit from all of the golds that we're doing here. But yeah, you'd almost think some of these bowl games were playoff games. Let's see, in the Vandy Georgia Tech game, they were practically. I think there would have been even more fights if it wasn't for all the storms that basically stopped the game, I think, for an hour and a half or something. I don't really know exactly how long it was stopped for, but it was for some kind of significant period of time because they switched over to a different game. Catch a little. There we go. A little bit more of our lighter stuff there. Well, thanks so much, Pura Vida. Happy New Year. So, Pura Vida, New Year's Eve, as like we usually do, we are going to be doing another one of our Painting Earth streams here. So, appreciate everything that you do there, Pura Vida. Thank you so much. Obviously, that makes a massive, massive difference. And I really appreciate that. And I'm just glad that things are going okay there, Pura Vida. And just hoping that next year, well, is a really big year for everybody. Obviously, Michael, I think you're planning on doing a whole bunch of streaming next year. Now, Dark Horse, hopefully you've been able to kind of do some post-Christmas chill out there, playing the game. All right, blending brush. Again, got to find that thing. Where are you hiding? You're around here somewhere. So we'll put you off to the side there. You are not the blending brush. You are the blending brush. Here it is. Just taking that. Okay, that's better. And this is still not straight up white. Remember that. We still sort of have that in our back pocket a little bit. Put you off to the side. Grab this again. So even some of our original dry brushy stuff is still working its way into the dress there. Now, Michael, I guess, were you starting to work out in your mind? Okay, uh, maybe the stream should be about this long, or this we'll try to do this with this kind of frequency, or I guess it took a long time here, right, Michael, before we sort of came up with Armada Mondays and Flat Thursdays. So it took a while for that to kind of manifest itself. So I'm sure it'll be the same for you. Where a year from now, what you're doing on stream and such, it'll seem so much different than when you started, because that's certainly the case here. Yeah, we certainly didn't begin with the silly Marillion. That's just something that's kind of evolved over the course of time. Now this is starting to have a little bit more of our straight up fast matte white here. Oh yeah, okay. Well, hopefully, Michael, you're able to find somebody to kind of take over there at the game store. Hey there, Valfera. Actually, Valfera, I was shooting for about 9:45 ish. I think it ended up being maybe 10, almost 10:15. So great to see you there, Valfera. Now, actually, Valfera, it would seem that my mini factory, it's supposed to be, I guess, a store-wide 50% off. However, it doesn't seem like everybody's participating in that. So one of the things that I grabbed was some more of those Eldar vehicles that I was talking about. That was kind of my primary target, was that. And then more basic, like these roots right here. So I have yet another type of roots that we can use for basing or terrain, as the case might be. Michael, I was just about to ask you that. Yeah, great minds think alike, right, Michael? I just was wondering, because I tried to tell this to folks. They said, oh, yeah, we'll make you a setup that you can just do like at Adepticon or something. And I said, well, are you also going to have a second monitor for me? And are you also going to have these other things that you need? Because, well, guess what? I need to be able to see the chat. Right? So there's those were the kind of things they figured, like, oh, you just, grab your phone, press live, and then you just go live. And well, as you already know, it's a little more involved than that, right? Oh, actually, you know what? There's a whole different texture on the sleeves there. I did not notice that initially. Okay, so we'll make sure that's noted there. So you have Velfair. I was able to, I think you heard, I was able to successfully, at least I think, I haven't actually pulled that stupid thing off of the build plate. It's been on there for what, 4 days? I think it's been on there since Monday. Of course, with the stupid warm temperatures again, it means that it's like 65 degrees in the basement because the heater's not going off. I do believe that when January rolls around, that problem is going to be solved. So, Michael, yeah, I don't know. I guess you need to start getting ready for potential snow down in Texas at some point in January. At least the cold weather, because it's supposed to be a kind of a nationwide event. Let me get some more of our white up here. Like so. There we go. A little more up there. So Valfira, what did you think of Vandy in that bowl game? That was pretty crazy, right? And you get Parva again. You get he's coming back for next season. I think he has eligibility for the next 35 years. He'll be the first 47-year-old college quarterback. I know that of Florida State fame was a Chris Winkie. He was 36 years old playing quarterback in college. I think he's still the oldest. Well, at least in a bowl game, he's the oldest starting college quarterback. Yeah, Valfera. Well, actually, things are going to get crazy Not so much with the warm, but with the wetness, I guess, and the winds. And then that cold stuff starts to settle in. But I can only imagine, Valfair, that the allergies are not super happy. Yeah, I can't imagine that your allergies are enjoying this. Now I can start putting my lighter stuff here on the cat because that's all settled now. So let's start getting some of that up here. Let's do that on this eye as well. Yeah, veil ferret, not quite as much as a certain bird, but still damp nevertheless. Let me see if I can't get me a touch of that down here. A little more of the dark. Now, actually, well, Armored Wolf, I guess I don't know if you guys have really had any snow these last few weeks or so. I don't think the Erebus has gone out for any walks in the snow, right? I'm going to try and get me a little bit of light there now. Some more here. Well, that sounds fantastic there, Michael. And of course, Michael will have to definitely make sure that you post that to the chat for sure. That sounds like one heck of a project there. Oh, and by the way, 1 hour 27 minutes ago, this had no paint on it. Oh, and a level 4 hype train. Yes, 1 hour 27 minutes and a level 4 hype train. And again, we appreciate all the folks that helped make that happen. And I don't mind just kind of sticking my hand on these birch trees over here. We can get that stuff put back again. Now, putting the finger on the face, that would be more tragic right there. Geez, yeah, I wonder. I guess it kind of maybe depends what might already be out there, right, Michael? You search around, you say, well, okay, this has already been sculpted. It's about as good as what I could do, or as handy or whatever, and it saves me a bunch of time. So you might end up going that route. Let me get again some more of this light into these braids here. Oh, so there. Yep, we need to make that a little lighter too. I hope that you can get secure the cat skulls that you need. Well, all the other bitses and stuff that you're going to need for that mega project there. I think I'm going to sneak a little bit of light here. Also over there. And then even here on this. I might need to get a little, oh geez, a little thinner, not that much. It's going to go right up here. Bingo. So, Lander, all I can say is just look out for those trailer hitches. You never know. You never know what might happen with those. Actually, Michael, I was just talking with. That's another reason the stream was a little bit later. Is I never got a chance to call Kathy's family for Christmas or before that. So I was talking to them for a bit, and I was trying to describe just how big cats' eyes are in relation to say ours. That if a human skull were to have eyes that are the same proportion as a cat's, they would be like the size of tennis balls or something. I think it's somewhere like that level of extreme proportion. And just how much of their head is taken up by their eyes. So as you're saying that, I'm just trying to visualize those sculpts there with that kind of proportion. Okay, now again, we're kind of morphing this from more of a straight up just kind of cat fur thing to semi-human ish expression there too. Definitely magical eyelids for sure. I'll do some more of this here. There we go. And well, the other thing is I was trying to get both of these on their base. At least this here, basically, all I need to do is just primer this. Hey there, T-Cat. So T-Cat, I'll show you the two that I sent you the picture of. Thank you so much, T-Cat. Merry Christmas. And of course, Valor Rant, adding some stuff there. Everybody, please give T-Cat a follow. Speaking of cats, oh, here we go.
So say we all.
Is it this? No, it's this way. Because this is how they are, and we're in our reference. So there you go. There you go, T-Cat. And we're going to put water effects on the bases here.
So say we all.
And then some kind of a flock foliage type stuff, mostly on the rocks and such, just to try and, again, give it that kind of overgrown, worn look. But these are pretty wild, T-Cat.
So say we all.
Oh, T-Cat, by the way, so these are from Apache Studio. See that? Um, I believe they might be 50% off on My Mini Factory. Well, apparently My Mini Factory has a 50% off sale. So that might be the time to strike, T-Cat. Now, I don't know if a hype train started up here. So how has it been all these years and I didn't really realize that My Mini Factory had a winter sale? And by the way, it was a complete accident. The only reason I even noticed it is because I was just looking to see what the you know what the other files were so that I could mention them on stream. I did not go in there looking for whatever's. I just like, wait a minute, what's this winter sale thing? So what I did was I just obviously, like everybody else, I had a bunch of files in the cart, and I put in that code. But again, not everything showed up there. So yeah, not everything is actually on sale. So TCAT, these were actually printed out on the FDM printer because I was actually gonna make a terrain video out of them. But I was using this one last night. Right? I was showing it to people, and I said, you know what? What if we were to just kind of make the base almost the same type of deal there? I even have some of the same foliage, the bog myrtle bushes on there too. Valfira, I don't think I actually get emails from My Mini Factory. Either, maybe, actually, they might go to a name that I almost never check. Oh, that's right. I think they are sending emails. Yeah, I think that ends up going to a different name than the one that I'm normally checking. No, I think they're still going to the Gmail address. I don't know. We'll have to examine that. There. Wait a minute. Let's do a little more dry brushy stuff on that. Actually, believe it or not, Velfira, that pales in comparison to some of the other ones, and just how much that email that I get from them. That would actually be on the lower side. That's probably why I don't notice it. It's getting lost in amongst all the other stuff. Yeah, maybe that's why. There's so much other stuff coming in that I would notice it otherwise. So Tika, if you wanted to share anything in the chat, please go ahead. Oh, you know what? I still haven't gone full on fast mat. I think I might try to do that here in a bunch of places, maybe even on some of our birch trees there. So again, those are from Make It Epic Basin. Oh, these tree roots. This is the very first time I've ever used these. I'm pretty sure those are from my mini factory. So that is something that I certainly want to make use of with, say, like my lizard men. I'm hoping to do that. Oh, for the Mirkwood army. That's right. Well, the Mirkwood army also. What was that? The denizens or whatever of Merc, like the spider army. Yeah, I want to try and use those for that. Yeah, TCAT. Now I think I forget how many different types there are, and again, I'm almost positive those are from uh, Make It Epic Basing. I just got some new tree root files. Those are going to be from those are from Zabevka. I will see if I can print those out. Probably won't be able to do it tonight because it's probably still going to be too darn warm. But I have a feeling maybe I'll be able to this coming week or whatever. So everybody, please check out the that Instagram link that TCAT just shared, and please also give TCAT a follow. So yeah, Michael, actually, I'm going to be trimming down, sadly, some things here at the end of December. I just got to figure out. Okay, so things like what is it, Last Sword, since they don't really go through my mini factory, it's their own site. I'm just kind of a bit paranoid. I gotta make sure I download all of the files off of there because I don't know if I end the pledge, do I also then kind of get kicked out of my my whatever there? So I won't be able to get to my files because I won't have access to my account anymore. I don't think so. I'm just paranoid. Thanks, TCAT. There's these guys, and I think you can see it here. They're able to get a lot of realism into things that obviously are very stylized. And I think they've done it here. And well, the cat doff is the same way. And wait till I mean, if you've seen the Gimli one. So yeah, there's an awful lot of, like, even here. Look at where his hand is pressing into the clothes there. See how it creates those folds. So I think these guys, they kind of they got it going. And again, that's Apache Studio. I will probably try to get other of their stuff, but again, first there's some other stuff I got to settle up first here. I have no idea again if their stuff is part of the winter sale or not. I'm trying to get some more of this like right in there, over here. Some of that up here. Oh, and by the way, 1 hour 39 minutes ago, and a level 4 hype train. This had no paint on it, none whatsoever. Yeah, Grand Oracle. I keep thinking there's no way, right, that that would happen. Just too many weird things have happened in the last month or so. It just, well, you know how it is, right, Grand Oracle? You just kind of, you're not paranoid. Why is everybody against you? So, Michael, I've been trying to, some of the folks that aren't, well, say like Kathy's family, other folks that aren't familiar, like us, where we have vast libraries of the STLs, they don't understand that we don't just save it in one place, right? Let's say we've got 5 terabytes of files. Well, we might put those in 3 different places because, yeah, those hard drives never fail, right? Right, Michael? That never happens. So yeah, TCAP, for whatever reason, there was at least two different guys that I guess they just weren't participating in that sale. Now, I think there was one, believe it or not, where some of their files were part of the sale and others were not. Now, that could maybe be there's a like tribes or something. Maybe there's some specific campaign that it's in, which maybe makes it ineligible for, say, the site-wide one. Yeah, Michael, believe it or not, I actually need to get 2 or 3 more 8 terabyte drives here just to be backups for the backups. It's kind of that level of crazy because it's not just for STL files. Remember that 2,000 hours worth of videos that are on the Patreon page? Well, not only are all the videos, the edited and rendered videos saved, but all the raw footage, all the photos, everything's got to be saved in multiple places. So it's winter 24, right? Yeah, and I guess it's all in caps too, I think. Now, of course, I just had to copy the thing, and I just did a little bit of paste in there, and it worked. So again, if you're looking for some My Mini Factory files, well, maybe take a look see. Get it now while they're there. Now I got to go back to the bluish stuff here, and we got to start getting a little something something here, and then we get our lighter stuff in there as well. This is that same sort of blue that we were using here on our Argo Kitties. Yeah, I wish I could say that I'm getting some kind of a commission from My Mini Factory or whatever from places. No, there's no commission or was it a kickback? I guess. I think in Chicago we call those hospitality funds. No, they're none of those. It's just just getting them like everybody else, which is why that caught my interest. That half price sale. Sometimes Bellinok. Bellinok will have like a 25% off or a 30% or something like that. Well, you would know Velfair like maybe once every couple of months or something. I think Bellinok kind of has their own little sale. And Bellinok also does some sensational stuff. We've painted a bunch of it on stream. And again, this was our latest vid right here. We'll be doing part two. I mean, all that stuff is dry. We'll be able to get to part two. I think actually, TCAT, you got a chance to see the anniversary stream, right? Where we did this. We used tried out some new colors, and this is also a FDM style printed tree. That is from Asgard Rising. And look, oh, we gave Jiro the glowing nose. That's the first time I've done that. It just kind of occurred to me right, but and of course, oh, TCAT, I think you've seen the. Where's our stickers here? Let me see if I can grab one of those. I think we'll grab this one and this, just so we have those handy here. And I think you've seen the juggling flaming chainsaw sticker, and of course I'll have to get more of these made. The juggling chainsaw or flaming chainsaw keychains. Let me get a little more thinner into that. I think we're just going to have to let that set for a bit. Let's attack these. And again, the irony is that any layer lines work in my favor here. So yeah, TCAT. I also have holographic versions of the chainsaw wizard there. So yeah, a little holographic one as well. Yeah, let's get some light over here on this one. I mean, there's no rocket science here. We're just taking this and doing these horizontal brushstrokes here. So TCAT, here we go. So that is going to be getting just a little minor freehand. This is going on the cloak, and this is going on the front. So you can see that's the hand right there. So I mean, again, nothing terribly fancy, but that's going to go on the basically the dress part, and that is going to go on the cloak itself. So Michael, let's see, was it Pipunky creatures? Okay, doing a special 2-day sale. Also on their own site, and then the code on my mini factory is also there in that chat. So go check that out. Throw a little bit more of our light down there. We also got to start getting some of our stuff on our bog myrtle bushes here too. We're not forgetting those. Hey, Nurgle Matthew. Happy No, nope, it's Happy Saturday now. It's Happy Saturday, and of course, well, we still got bowl games going. There is still a bowl game going right now that is going to continue into Saturday. Actually, they're only in the third quarter, so that's going to be certainly a decent chunk of the rest of the stream is going to involve some college football. Michael, as I was doing that, well, and of course the a big part of the design. So see these things right here. Well, you can remember you saw that the design is kind of centered around a design like that, and then look at this. See, there's the squiggly things right there. So let's just make squiggles on top of squiggles. I also used AI. Now I also used some AI, and I think we had, I don't know, this whole thing was about 40 minutes of painting time, because there was a 40 minutes of drawing out those patterns. Well, yeah, right. It's just very simple, like a little simple object source lighting and such. It's yeah, nothing that would, well, it can't tax the brain too much because there's not much brain here to tax. Well, there's a brain stem, but yeah, not much high level thinking happens in this brain anymore. That ended a while ago. Again, as evidenced by the story that I told you of how I had to find the painting, right? That we based this ornament on Thursday. No, on Monday. That's right. I forgot that was Armada Monday. Now, speaking of forgetting, I've been forgetting to take something here like this. Let me just get this perline red going on these bog myrtle bush flower things here. There's a couple of them. Not, oh, geez, well, there's more than I thought. There's a whole bunch more than I thought. Holy smokes, okay. Man, wow, there's a bunch of these. Thought there'd only be a couple, but there's definitely more than that. I think we got those taken care of. What about on this thing? Okay, so oh no, there's one. Oh, so there's three on this one. The other one has a bunch more. Okay. I think that I should start messing around with this here. Did I? Let me make that a little lighter. You know what? Let's take our yeah. Here, let's use some of that. Make that a little lighter. Cause well, remember it was the freehand that we did for all our Dark Queen Schmaladriel elves. That design was just on the shield, right? We added a couple little, well, we added squiggles, right, Michael? We add squiggles to the squiggles, then some more squiggles on top of those squiggles, and by the time you add enough squiggles, you got yourself a whole design, right? It's squiggles on top of squiggles. That's the key to freehand success. It's just squiggles and then more squiggles. Where's our other thing? Here we go. There's squiggles. Oh, look, we have ovals with squiggles. So I remember that was a pretty fun little pattern. You know, I gotta try that little pattern down over here on. Geez, who knows? Maybe we even try it on that Loot Studios one. Okay, there we go. And I couldn't just. I needed to see what was going on with our gemstone here. Was kind of waiting for that paint to set a little bit. Uh, don't be hasty, little hobbitses. Velfir, I don't know. I'm pretty sure you haven't probably had a chance to. I know it's been a little bit busy to be watching vids, but I think it was the last segment of that video, uh, Velfir. I started taking prop bets. Yeah, it's the very first video where prop bets were taken. So it's kind of like was it DraftKings or something like that, or what's the sports betting thing? Yeah, I was taking prop bets on how long each section was going to take. So that was pretty funny. I think I was saying, well, okay, maybe this will take no, it might take 35 minutes. And then I was like, well, geez, if I can just shave off 5 minutes here, here, and here, then it's only going to be this long of a video. Yeah, I can't remember. I know there's I think it's not only it can't just be DraftKings. It's somebody else too. I'm gonna get me a little bit of that yellow into there. Okay, and this will be for bog myrtle bushes here to get some light on. Also, our other plants here are leafy greens. This is nowhere near the lightest light either. We'll still be able to get lighter on these easier plants. Just grab a little bit more. Come on, some of that fast mat white over there. And let's do that here. Pretty much not gonna mess around with those tree roots until literally the very end because I've been sticking my hand on those things the most of the stream here. So that tells me should probably just wait. I'll just wait and then we'll hit those guys. T-Cat, you gotta, well, it's almost like sleep streaming, right, T-Cat? You end up with a much better stream while you nap. When you nap while you're streaming, you get very refreshed, right? So hey there, Aaron. Well, I'm glad I left this one like this because, well, you can see that we took 3D printed bits. There's some of our bulletin board cork, and then some gravel slash flock from not Make It Epic Basing, from Geek Gaming Scenic. So that is how this base was done. We did add the 3D printed FDM style birch trees though because they were so darn big. So it definitely does not come with he does actually have, well, he calls them base toppers. So he does have some bases. They're just little simple circles with maybe like a couple of plants on there or maybe like a road texture or something. So he does actually have those. I didn't notice that. That they're sold separately. Yeah, the base, you got to buy the bases separately. They're not part of each sculpt. Let me throw down a little bit more of our light on this bog myrtle bush. So, hey, Ron, I hope that you're doing well. Happy, well, now again, happy Saturday. Trying to get a little bit, sneak in some light on these leaves here. So yeah, I mean, this is just kind of a basic thing. We were trying to, in a way, replicate what I did on this RN Studios figure right here. So again, got our light greens working. Yeah, let's hit that leaf too. A little more on that one. Oh, geez, these out here. We can still actually go a little bit lighter with this green should we need to. And lighten up this bog myrtle bush over here. Aaron, that is something that I've been doing for, well, pretty much the entire house for the last year and a half. Actually, now it's almost a year and 7 months. And just there is still probably another year to go in that endeavor. So I can definitely sympathize with that. We're going to try and throw out a little bit more of a light there. Yep, down there. Down there. again, since everything birch tree, right, is all about these horizontal lines there, any sort of layer lines. Not that the oil paint really, doesn't wipe out all those layer lines anyway, but any layer lines that are there, they almost look like they're meant to be there. So thank you so much, Armored Wolf, for posting a link to said Patreon page. And like Michael and I were talking about earlier, and trying to save all of the countless hours, and it is almost countless hours of tutorial videos, because we're well past 2,000 hours. And I just put up the latest tutorial video on said Patreon page. That was this that we were talking about with old freehand, part one of a 3-part series. And all of this basing stuff. Well, we have innumerable episodes where we show how the basing is done. And things like the snow and ice and all that kind of stuff too. Let me throw a little bit of that yellow into that green. Let's make it a little lighter. For some of the leaves that would just catch the most light here. Yeah, Aaron, I think maybe disaster prepping doesn't get made fun of maybe as much as it might have not too long ago. I mean, I know I have a solar powered battery type thing here. I was hoping to actually get a much bigger one. The one I have is kind of a junior one. It's not really the one that would say run a refrigerator or something for a day or two. It would run a bunch of little devices, but probably for days, especially with the solar power. I might have to also, well, let's see. I think, I don't know if it would run a microwave. I'm just trying to think of something like more like an electric stove kind of thing. Something that wouldn't draw as much power, but yet still maybe boil water or something like that. Might even, I can go a little later on that side. I don't know about this side, maybe a little late. Yeah, I can go a little later there too. Now we will take some of our lighter stuff here. Let's mix it with the Perline red. Let's start getting a little bit of lighter stuff going in our bog myrtle bush buds here. Down there. Hey there, it's Ranuel. Happy Saturday. So, Ranuel, again, sorry about the strange odyssey that you've had to be on the last couple of weeks there. I know that's all kinds of rapid change and rapid craziness there. Well, we got the toaster. Actually, I got 2 toaster ovens here, Ron. I got 2 of those, so we're covered there. Yeah, Velfira, there's sometime like the Black Friday stuff. I know it's the Patriot, right? Yeah, the Patriot, which is usually about 5K or something like that. Sometimes that drops down a little. But that was one of the things I was kind of hoping to maybe somehow snag here at some point. Maybe let's back away a little from that. I wanted it to be darker, but not too dark. Okay, so yeah, this one's gonna need some of that too. If you remember, the Ewoks? We made these like kind of a violet color with some of the fun little different markings in there. Now I'm gonna take some of our straight up Perline black, some of our Van Dyke brown, and just yeah, here let's take a couple of these edges and let's solidify these things. Thank you so much, Aaron. Or sorry, Bill. I'm glad that was you were able to get at least part of that recoup there. Actually, Michael, I was thinking that those were electronic recipes. Yeah, there's like an electronic recipe generator. Yeah, the Ewa. It generates Chinese food recipes. That's the Ewok, and it sends them to you. And we'll put some of that down in here. A little bit more of that dark cutting that edge right there. Also, too, keep in mind we will be just like we added here. There's going to be some flock and foliage added. See right here. So some of those little leaves and such. That's all going to be added here. But yeah, these tree roots, super fun on those things. Really, really fun on those tree roots there. You know, I'm going to back away here to this brown. Let's use that, and let's start getting in maybe some little extra dark stuff here around on our hair. Around the braids there. Yeah, Aaron, you really do have to be kind of ready for anything, and what was it? That's yeah. You won't need it till you need it. If you have it, Aaron, you'll never need it. But there is sort of a value in that, right? If the universe tries to pull a fast one and he says, "Aha, you have prepared. I will not now do those things to you." You're like, "Okay, that's fine. You're not going to do those things. It was well worth the investment." There we are. I guess the one thing that I was almost going to do a test on it was to see how long this generator thing could run like the printers. I was thinking of doing that test. Not well, and see, there's again, great minds think alike, and Michael's thinking along with that there. I mean, I know the whole ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure, something like that. I know there's that saying there. Yeah, let me sneak a bit of that in here again. Looking for some darker stuff. Then we'll come back with our lighter stuff in that here too. We have most of the lighter stuff in the hair out here already. This is much more settled out here. Veilfira, as always, definitely be prepared. I'm going to try to throw a little bit of that dark out here. Also a little bit right in there. There we go. Now, what I haven't, I've been kind of waiting to do this too until this stuff sets, but we got to get where the whiskers are, right? We need to get those the little dots is there. See if we can do some of those. Not really going to make any more light stuff happen there. Do another roll right here. Oh, that's a good idea there, Aaron. And of course, speaking of be prepared, I don't remember which merit badge it was, but and I'm pretty sure it was for citizenship in the community. We had to draw up plans for a bomb shelter. So I remember drawing those out. I was like, well, this would be a fantastic little hideaway in the house. I would love this. Was not allowed to make that bomb shelter. No, I think another family member was living in that part of the house at the time. So now you got the ring here, right? The ring that she used. Oh, and I think what did I label her kingdom? Oh, Flufflorien. That's it. Yes, Flufflorien is Catladriel's kingdom there that she guards with the ring. Now I'm going to try and get some of this greenish stuff on the little tiara slash crown slash whatever's here. Maybe it's kind of like a lemon yellow. And trying to get, oops, maybe not me. Let's get our finger on the roots there. Like, why does that feel very much like wet paint? Oh, that's because I stuck my hand there instead of on the tree root. Which I guess these are relatively strong because I've been sticking my hand on these things. 1 second there, Aaron. There we go. Maybe pop a little bit more of that light right in there. Velfira, I found out that chocolate covered raisins are perfect because obviously they can pass through any scanner. They don't show up, they don't register at any kind of explosive detector, anything like that. Now, of course, it's more of a slow functioning type of a thing. It doesn't have the immediate burst necessarily. Again, it's kind of a slow burn, as you might say. But it's just also too, it's kind of on the cheaper side. I will be curious. We'll also bring out the other kitties, Valfair, for a film noir. Obviously, anything that has any sort of yellow here, that's all going to go away. Let me get to my film noir stuff. Here we go. Let's get that centered up. And away that goes. So all your shading is still there, but boy, oh boy, that little bit of blue that's in the dress, the little bit of a yellow tan on the face and hair, and the green in the eyes, that's all gone. Even now at like 10, not even 10%, you can see the difference that makes as we bring it back all the way there. All right, you get that extra little bit of zoom. And yeah, actually, TCAT, I'm going to be doing a glaze, a little bit of a mini glaze there of the is that phthalo green mixed with some of the Indian yellow, or do we even take it a step further here? That's not it. That's not it either. It's all the way back in here. Or do we go full on Marion straight? I'm going to throw me some of that out here. I mean, I don't need very much. Just need a tiny, tiny bit here. Yeah, well, maybe we'll see. We'll see what that's going to do. So let's see. 2 hours 15 minutes ago, Catladriel and all of the stuff on the base. How much paint did it have? It had zippo, none, not a zilch. Had none at all. Let's take some more of our white here on these. Yeah. At some point, I do have to get the tree bark out of the birch bark out of the garage, flatten that out so that we can do some paintings on there. And again, the whole reason why we would do the Kathy miniatures with the birch bark is because while we were there, I think here's one. At their cabin, I basically ran across birch bark that was just laying on the ground. I grabbed some of it, I sort of rolled it out, flattened it out, and then did some paintings on it and found that it was a really nifty surface for painting. It was kind of like the hot press board that I use. And then I think even as recently as this year, Kathy's family mailed me some more birch bark from the cabin. Again, it's just stuff that's laying on the ground. There's tons of it up there. So I will try to get some of that prepped. Oh yeah, I was kind of hoping maybe in May or something like that we try to do a birch bark painting. So for Gandalf, obviously we're gonna make him one of those gray cats, and he's gonna have the yellow eyes, so yellowish orange. So that will stand out because it'll be a much warmer color, right, than and much more intense color than all of the grays, which will be sort of almost like a bluish gray, maybe even some violet in that gray. I'm gonna it's mostly going to be our flanking foliage here, but I'm gonna get a little bit of light on that base. Let me grab some of you and a little tiny bit of you. And let's get some of that here. So as recently, I want to say as 5 hours ago, maybe 6 hours ago, neither of these was even on a base. So yeah, when you have all of the 3D printed bits and everything, oh, and a hot glue gun, things happen fast. Don't blink on basing. Yeah, you think it only applies to painting. Don't blink also applies to basing too. Definitely TCAT. I know there's the Gimli one. I think there's a Legolas one. Obviously, you've got a Frodo, and you got a Sam. I don't know if there's both Merry, and I think there's both Merry and Pippin, and there is an Aragorn too, and a Boromir. So the New Year's Eve stream, Valfera, our last ornament of the holidays. We'll be painting Earth. Now this is Arda, of course, but we'll be painting Earth so that we can ring in the New Year all across the globe. Yeah, Aaron, I don't think I've had birch beer. I know it. I definitely know it exists, but I don't think I've had it myself. I think I've had ginger beer maybe, but I don't think I've had birch beer. Now you can also make canoes out of it. Yeah, this way with it here. I'm gonna try and catch some more light in the hair after I first want to get the golds there. Now this needs to be a little lighter up here, right along there. Get you going this way first. Now we'll get you going this way. Hey, Artemichael. Also Purrigan too. Okay, I couldn't remember what their names were. And I know that the Gimli one was kind of, and I forget what the Boromir cat's name was. So yeah, Velfair, that's going to be yet another all-nighter because my sister wants to do a New Year's Day thing, and they don't exactly do those at 6 o'clock in the afternoon. They're more like noon. So yeah, probably within about 5 hours or so of the stream ending, that's when that'll begin. You know, I'm gonna try and lighten this up a little bit here. So Artemichael, if you want to share some of your stuff there in the chat, please go ahead. Let me, no. I should get a little, some kind of yellow on that brush there. At least a little some. And now let's try to get a little bit on these braids up there. Not so much down there. That is more in shadow. Try to hit these guys too. There's an awful lot of thinner on this brush, so gotta be on guard for that. Anything else with this lighter set? Maybe up here too. Yeah, and I think I'm also gonna bring that there. That's yeah. I think when those other folks I was telling you about, they just went with the regular name. They didn't do the fun cat kind of combination with the character names. It was just kind of like, well, they just named him Pippin and just named him Gandalf. No problem. Oh, hey, Valfred, we forgot to do this. We forgot to do this film noir here. So an exit film noir for you. I think that might show it pretty good. Well, here we go. Let's do this one because we literally have a little red, we have a little yellow, and we have a little blue. So let's do our film noir here once again. And sure, you can see the shading on there, but boy, oh boy, bring back that color. Look what we got. Look at this. Right, you can really see the blues, basically red, yellow, blue. Right, those are your three colors. Everybody, please check out that Insta link there that Artemichael just shared. So have a good night there, Valfira. Well, we'll see you tomorrow. Well, later today, because yeah, it is already today. It's been today for 44 minutes for both of us. You know what? There's a little light that needs to go on that hair back there. Just a little touch of it. like so. The lightest stuff here on our bog myrtle bush flower things. Might even hit those with another little glazy thing or something afterwards. There. Gonna have to get some more of my later stuff on the here up there. What about a little more of this pink here on that schnoz? Sure. Hey there's Sector X. Great to see you again. As always, glad to see you, and of course, happy Saturday. Such as Saturday is. Hopefully, not having to deal with any more mischievous IT stuff. There we are. Here we go, bringing in some more of our light. There it is. Some more of our light there. Man, this is not straight up white. There is a little tint of yellow in this. Still trying to work in a little light. There, that went a little wonky. I'm gonna... here's my blending brush. Reconstitute that. Well, that's right. I needed to... Let me see something here. Okay. So far, I have not... I haven't gotten any kind of alert from the Bambi that the filament has run out. Again, I don't know for sure if it will, but you know, I might just have to skedaddle down there real quick and change that out. I tried printing something a little bit that was smaller, so maybe it wouldn't necessarily exhaust the last of the filament that's on there. Do I want to try and line up that nose anywhere? I don't think so. We should probably leave that be. Don't know if I really want to lighten up the greens too much there on that plant either. So Citrix, we just went ahead and used, the birch trees are actually FDM printed since, well, they already have tons of horizontal lines on them anyways. I think we can get away with that. Try to lighten up the fingers, paws, whatever. Now for the eyes, I was gonna take some of my floral green here. Got a little bit of the yellow mixed in of that. And that might even that's going to intensify our green even more, which is what I was looking for. Oh yeah, there we go. So we have an even more intense green. Do this on the other eye here. Over here. Yeah, that's a pretty intense green right there. Oh yeah. Yep, there we go. Then I might also take a little bit of our indigo and Marsbeck. Mix those together to make the pupils even not just darker, but also give them that little bit of a bluish tint. Extend that down a little further. Make it, yeah, that's pretty solid on that either. Okay, we'll leave that alone. Might even try to get a few little super dark things on the gemstone there, just because. You know what? I think I might even try to get a little more separation over here. I wasn't gonna do that at first, but I think, yeah, and now here as well. Let's get that going down here.
Hello, little hobbits. Spark my ganja.
Oh, thanks, T-Cat. Appreciate that, and thank you so much, Decker Bloodclaw. We have infinite Gandalfs. Now we have a cat Doff. It's like, seriously? I just thought I was a Gandalf. It's like, no, you definitely have more fur. He's like, well, I am like thousands of years old. How old are you in cat years? What do you mean, dog years? Thank you, thank you so much. Let's see what's gonna happen. Where's our big Gandalf 6 here? There you go. A certain thing was not mentioned, so okay, there you go. See, that's not mentioned. Boom. No fear. So thank you so much, Decker. Appreciate that follow. Now, you know what? I'm gonna get into our brown again here. So it'll be, remember too, again, there's going to be all this greenery that's going to get added here. Right, so that wasteland that you see there, that is definitely not going to be quite so plain like that. Get, you know what, I'm going to a little more right there, a little stronger of an edge. And we'll do that over here. Ah, yep. That little thing, I think makes a big difference. I'm going to try to do the same deal up there and also right there. And I wasn't going to initially do that, but I'm going to also hit that a little bit more. Yeah, that was a good idea, I think. So, Decker, thank you so much for joining us here. Appreciate that. Appreciate all the little hobbitses. Also, again, appreciate all the bits and the follows, the cheers. I think we've had ourselves a couple of raids, right? Yeah, we did early on. You know what? I'm gonna, oh yeah, around the ring here. Let's do that, and also in here. Maybe a little more separation in the fingers there, sure. again, a little more separation in some of these, the little dark areas that are kind of traditional there for our birch tree bark. Like so. Also, it's got a little bit of the brown in there too. So sick drakes. Hopefully today was kind of a mellow, relaxed sort of a day. Let me get some of this up here into our birch trees. We did that kind of darker glazy stuff over it, and then we really haven't messed around too much with the tops of our birch trees here. Put some of that into here. Ah, we definitely need it over here. So again, this is a little bit of a warmer, sort of a brownish tone there. Again, since I've been mostly sticking my hand on the tops of these trees here, we haven't really messed around with them a whole bunch. Pop this over here. Yep, let's get some of that over here too. I'm gonna bring a little bit of my. That's just what we like to jokingly call radiant indigo. It's actually just a ice blue, kind of a white mixed with what almost seems like indigo, or possibly, I guess, could be Payne's Gray. If it's Williamsburg, could possibly be even Payne's Gray. Now, I think I also have to. Yeah, let's get some of our lighter stuff up here. Kind of missing that a little bit here. There we go, and again, just doing some of these horizontal lines here. Might need a little more thinner. I can't go too strong with it because remember, this is printed in FDM style, so that much as we like how the oils kind of get rid of the layer lines, we don't want that to be seeping all over the place here. Not at this stage, anyways. Just gonna have to roll that way with it using our liner brush here. Let me catch a little bit more here. Yep, top of this tree could definitely use some up here. Let's do that. Still more of that up here. Do we need to? Oh yeah, we need to go all the way up here. So again, this being a FDM printer, it's kind of hard to see that the regular bark was going all the way up to there. Can you see what we're doing? I think so. Sometimes with this, when you have these larger things, or with the trees and such, well, I'm going to get me some more dark into that as well. Might even try to get some of my orangey, like Terra Rosa, and some of the golds on the tiara / crown. There. A little bit more down here with with some of our lighter. Oh yeah, we got to do something down here. Might also come back with some of our darker stuff there too. Whoops, that doesn't belong there. Oh look, we have a blending brush. Just pretty much gets rid of that. No problem. Nice and easy. Yeah, this little strip that's coming away from the bark there. Coming this way with it. Oh yeah, that dresser. We wanted to get some more lights in on that too. Ah, there we go. See, I had to remember when I first was trying to put those lighter tones on there, it was still very freshly applied with some of that turquoise. Wow, look at how easy it is to get this over the top. It was not easy before because again, you don't want to be hasty little hobbits. Sometimes you have to give it some time to set, not dry, but set. Think of it like bread in a proving jar, or you're doing like a pottery thing or something. You don't just grab that thing and toss it into a kiln. Well, if you want it to explode or crack, then you do that. But it's kind of the same thing with the oils. And since they cure rather than dry, it's not really an evaporative process. Yeah, stuff like a hair dryer, not really going to do anything. Heat's not going to do anything except maybe crack it. So if you want to make it dry faster, that's where you can get more the alkyd type paints like I have here, using mostly the fast matte white here. Taking that down here. You know what? I think I need to get a little something lighter down here too. So some of that is still the initial kind of grayish dry brush that we did a long time ago. Let me see if I can sneak in a couple little cheeky lighter colors here on the kind of this nose slash muzzle here. Maybe a little more of our light on the underside of that too. And we were trying to think about, oh yeah, here we should the light along the edge of that crown. We'll do the same over here, sure. More of our light right along there. That I was thinking about putting some more on that edge, but we might just have to leave that be. Let's do a little bit more right along here. Yeah, a little light there along that sleeve. Oh, you know what? I'm gonna take that a little bit further here. Our little highlights in the eyes. I don't think I can really. I guess I can't get a little lighter in some places on our gemstone right there. Anything else on this? The dress here, maybe. Let me see what we can do on that. There we are, and on the hair there. Now, Sectrix, I did not realize that my mini factory has a winter sale. I only found out about it by accident. All I really wanted to do was just find the page where all these files are on my mini factory, so that when people asked, I could say, okay, yeah, there's a so and so character as a cat or whatever, and then I somehow saw somebody type in code winter sale. I went, what the heck is that? I had no idea. Push this a little more here. Yep, some light there. Ooh, we need something more on this. Then I have to come back with my dark now. Let's do that. Let's grab some of our Van Dyke Brown and such. As much to, not just to really make it darker, but to actually sharpen up some of these edges here a little. Alright. That, actually, I think that's another little gap in the bark right there, so we'll darken that down. Guess we can, yeah, we can darken that down too. Just gonna throw a little bit of a minor glaze type of thing on that. Darken that up as well. Now let me mix. Do I have some of the asphaltum? Yes, I do. Okay. Some of the asphaltum here. To maybe darken that. Also sharpen up the edge. And I might also come back with, yeah, some of my lightest light there too. See if I can sneak this brush down into here. There. Also gonna have to, I think, yep, I think I've been wiping away some of the paint on my bog myrtle bushes over there. Back to some of this more neutral dark over here. Again, working in some of these gaps. Okay. It's got a little bit of a brown in there too. That was No, we're gonna take some of that away. We're gonna take this brown. We're gonna go into our tan there. Yeah, it's a not just the fact that it's too dark. It's also very much the wrong color temperature. That got very much of a cooler gray color temperature. We wanted something that was a bit on the warmer side, kind of like what we're adding here with the shading on the ears there. I don't know. Maybe I will make that the mouth a little. Yeah, let's. I just took the asphaltum and kind of widened up the. I don't know. Do you want to call it the lips? Sure enough, might even try to darken this down some more. Where the whiskers would be going here. That might need to get. Yeah, we'll clean that up a little bit here, I think. So we'll take some of this. I think that's sort of a middle tone. We'll do a little more here. All right, good enough, good enough. Oh, and by the way, 2 hours and 52 minutes ago, this, guess how much paint this had on it? Besides none. It had no paint on it. And of course, we'll be painting up our Gandalf the Grey on our Saturday stream. Because this still is technically the Friday stream. Taking some of my Mars Violet here. We'll mix that with the. And now I'll do a little bit here. Yeah, let's get some light over the top of this. Yeah, kind of using it like a very tiny filbert brush. Almost kind of going back to the initial lighter dry brush that we were doing. Just taking that ice blue, we're mixing it, mixing it up with the a little bit of our Mars Violet there. So it's not really a purple; it's kind of a purplish brown color. I suppose we could lighten that up even a little bit more from here, but I don't think I need to. I think this is about as light as we want that to go. And you can see we kind of turn that into a bit of a filbert style brush. It's just a craft brush. Vast majority of the time we're either just working with craft brushes or but we don't use sable brushes. We're just working with the synthetics. To, yeah, a little bit more of that light along those edges too. I don't know. Maybe maybe I'll try to get a little more light on some parts of the tree roots here. Not that. Let me actually take some of this same stuff here. Mix it with some of our fast matte white, maybe. Ah, that's it. I'm gonna take that. I'm gonna take the our basically Terra Rosa color. think the ones on the back are reasonably lightened up, but here we're gonna try and make these a little lighter here. Again, I've been sticking my fingers on those pretty much most of the time here, so that's wiped away a wee bit of the paint there. Do that down here. Yes, that already makes a big difference there. Catch some of that tree root over here. So I did try to make sure that they looked like they were kind of buried in the dirt here. So when I did the hot glue, then I took the texture paste and put it over the top. Kind of see like that tree there and that tree branch there did this sort of the same deal. Oh yeah, Gandalf has a tail, by the way. Let me try and lighten this up a bit more here. Another bit of it here. Oh geez, yeah, let's get these roots on the back again. I might still have to stick my hand on those. If that is the case, we'll just bring it back again. Let me do a little check here of Bambi Cam and see how that's going. 1 second here. So Bambi Cam, there we go. Let's see where we're at here. I'm only 37% in. Let's see what we got printing up here. So yeah, it's doing pretty well there. Well, thanks so much for being here, T-Cat. Appreciate that so much. And well, I'll send you some pictures tomorrow of this. Obviously, I won't have all of its flock and foliage there, but I'll send you some pictures of what it looks like tomorrow. And again, glad you had a great Christmas, T-Cat. And thanks so much for being here. Appreciate that. Great to see you. Actually, what I might do is, since I have to refill our medicine, I might also just do a quick little check on that to make sure, because what I can't see is how much filament is remaining on the spool. So I do a little quick filament check there. So what do you call a big pile of leftover black matte PLA? Would that be Mount Filament Jarrow? A big pile of that. Yes, indeed. The puns, you never know when a, when a pun's gonna hit you. They come from nowhere and everywhere. Maybe touch more light out on the ground here too. What's happened there? A little bit more than, oh, yep. Gonna make those lighter. Yeah, let's do that. Let us do that. Some more dark over here. Also there. You know what? I am gonna make some of the top of these a little lighter, just cause for whatever. Yeah, I think that not a bad idea there. Hey, Ron, that's oh, that's cool. I know that you have to use kind of a different build plate with the ABS stuff. And I guess is that also kind of hard on the nozzles, or is it even a more specified ABS style stuff instead of just regular ABS? Because I know there's one type of I think it's ABS that can be really a little bit tough on the nozzles. There, it kind of basically starts breaking them down. Don't know what that might be, but I think there is something. I know somebody that they actually had to replace their nozzle, and they were printing far less than I was. But it was for aquariums or something like that, and they needed to use a certain type of, I think it was ABS. Well, I'm sure those prints are going to be really fantastic looking. Again, catch a little more light up. Yeah, I think that's what we need to do. And of course, I hope it's fun to paint those too. Hope it's fun to paint those. Any more of our light there? Sure, a little bit more of our light right there. Hit some of that here. Yeah, oh geez, we never got any light over here on these guys. Oh, well, I'm glad that ABS is coming up aces for you. That's really cool. Yeah, you know what? That'll separate a little bit better, I think, if it is light. How's about a little more of our light right here? On that. Ah, missed this one too. Ah, see if I have too much thinner on there, it starts going whoosh, it starts spreading out there. So back here on these, let me take some of our Perline red. I think that violet is still okay. I can get a little something out of there. Don't need much. But I'm gonna do a bit of a lazy thing over the top of these, and then maybe in a few minutes come back and put some really light stuff on there. Hey there, Inkanes, how you doing? Great to see you. Merry Christmas. And of course, Thranio again, I hope that things get a little bit less active and crazy for you and in the new year that's not that far away. Oh, thanks, Aaron. Appreciate that. Yeah, I was kind of wondering, okay, how will we make sure that we separate the hair from this, well, crown type thing here? And of course, in Connie's, don't know if you had a chance to see the Argo cats or Argo kitties that we painted on stream last night. We did a couple of those, and our Saturday stream will be Cat Doff here. He's going to be obviously a gray kitty. So again, that was a super fun. Go back to my really dark stuff over here. Couple parts of the here. This too. A little more separation there. So again, These are from Apache Studio, and I suppose now might just be a good time to try and snag them because apparently they are gonna be 50% off. I didn't see. I only had just a couple of things in my cart that I was trying to get for tutorial vids, but I'll try and see if any of these before the stream, before the Saturday stream. I'll see if these are also part of that sale. Again, for whatever reason, some of the folks, they're either not participating or maybe those files are part of a tribe or something, and they're not eligible for the 50% off discount there. That sounds really good there, Ron. Actually, that I think that works almost a little bit better than the Argo Cats. It sounds more like a superhero group or something like that. And of course, Catladriel uses her ring to protect Flufflorien. That's her realm. Yeah, that's the silly Marillion takes a whole new twist and turn now. Oh yeah, we never did get our really light stuff on this crown back here. Let me. Okay, that wasn't supposed to go there. Let's wipe that out with some of our Van Dyke Brown here. Okay, that's better. Geez, I might need to get a little bit more of that light over here too. Okay, well, let's do that. Fine. Fine, we can do that. And we'll do some up here. Over here. Ooh, yep, I need to get a little more back there. Now, if I get that too light, then the hair's not going to have. See, we need that dark back there to create that sense of depth there. You know what? Oh, there's two parts of our gemstone there. Let me get all this stuff out of that brush. Let me get some of our ultramarine blue mixed a little bit of our teal color there, and that's gonna go down here. Yeah, I'm looking at that going, it's not gonna look terribly translucent if it's that, well, same level of dark there. Alright, okay. Maybe we'll stop there. Let's not keep blasting away at that. Now on these, I think I can play with those now a little bit here. Yeah, boy, it's bad enough, Aaron, that you've got the pipeweed, right? But now you've got the catnip and Flufflorien. That's that's a whole world of mind-altering plants right there. There we are. So yeah, our cat dove, that's going to be very hazardous on his rolling on that Gandalf 6 since he's literally smoking pipeweed there. In fact, of all the Gandalf sculpts that I have zero where he's actually smoking a pipe. Yeah, Sectorix, well, like I said, I think we're going to try and replace some of our medicine here. pretty soon. And then also too, again, I want to do a quick little check on the Bambi down there and see. Okay, is it about to run out of filament? This is definitely our latest pinkish color right here. Hey there, Believe about how you doing? Happy Saturday. Let's see. I'm wondering. Actually, Aaron, I don't think they have that character. I don't think they have a Tomcat Bombadil. Thinking about, yeah, I don't think so. That's probably one they would have to include. Making that a smidge lighter. Right there, I think we got it now. Try and lighten this up here too. I'm gonna, I think, ironically enough, strengthen and weaken the border here on the schnoz at the same time. Okay, and maybe darken this a little bit on this side. Again, I'm kind of sticking my fingers on these roots here. You can see I got the paint on my hand there. Now, of course, you guys, you could wear, if we're 3D printing, right, we got tons of nitrile gloves sitting around, so you could always use the nitrile gloves if you say, I want to get the oil paint on my hands. The only reason I would suggest that is that, you get that paint on your hands, you forget it's there, then you might start transferring onto other things, like your clothes or whatever. So maybe that's one reason why to do it. It'll wash off in a few seconds with some dish soap and warm water. I mean, literally just a few seconds, boom, it's gone. So, Believe Bomb, I hope that your Christmas and such has been fantastic. Let me take a smidge of our yellow, some of our Mars yellow deep. I'll put that in a few places on the fur out here. We don't want to do too much. Yeah, boy, with acrylics, gee whiz, you don't have to worry about getting paint from your hands onto the miniature because it's so hard to get the paint on the miniature in the first place, right, Landrast? Why do we always say, oh yeah, that's right, the acrylic paint and like the viscosity of that, it's like sand, gravel, and super glue. Maybe a little wood glue mixed together compared to the buttery soft texture of the oil paints. So Landrast, well, I'm sure you're going to be using tons of oil paint on your. Actually, did you start painting that giant Mordheim board there, Landrast? Because I completely forgot to ask. I think, well, there's going to be a lot of spray cans involved, wasn't there? Yeah, Thranduil, well, especially with cleaning those litter boxes, right? Well, see you later, Aaron. See you later. Actually, gee, here's something that, here's a confrontation that we probably should have had already. Speaking of cats, what's this with cats taking over the joint here? That this is my joint. I took this over a long time ago. It's like, well, um, there's a new sheriff in town. It's like, no, I've been here for like thousands of years. It's like, yeah, the day of the Prinkles is over. The day of the Catladriel has begun. That's too bad that Nerifel wasn't in here for that little scene right there. So that is Prinkles. That's one of the most, I guess you would say, feared and loathed characters on the channel here. Surprised he didn't show up when all the, well, probably because those Argo cats, well, they don't really say very much, so he might not have noticed them being here. Yeah, Sereno, I guess what would you say? They're like medical experts. They know exactly where the bladder is and how full the bladder is, and they know just how much pressure to apply to that to say, you think you're gonna stay here in bed or something like that and not feed me or whatever. Yeah, they know precisely where to step, and they have that magical ability to increase their body weight by about 700% in that affected area. So I just had to get a little bit more of the dark down the center part of the hair there. Yeah, it's sometimes I swear those little tiny 6-pound cat can somehow engineer the weight of a Maine Coon cat or something. So again, I don't know if I was tempted to kind of impart a little bit more of the bluishness there. Now we'll try and get some stuff there. It's not necessarily our white. It's got a little bit of this, some of the brown that we were using up in these areas here. So yeah, Terreno, like we were talking about earlier, I guess if you take a cat's head and make it, proportional to a human head, the eyes would be almost the size of tennis balls. Freaky enough that they'd be the size of ping pong balls, but the size of tennis balls. Okay. And I'm really glad I did do the floral green. I might do a little hit of the floral green and some of the maybe some of our phthalo green. Let me try some of that together. So a touch of the phthalo green and then the floral here. And that will go here. Yeah, oh yeah, that does make that little highlight thing stand out, that's for sure. That, yeah, okay, no, it's getting a little bit too dark. Let me backtrack a bit here. Okay. So yeah, if the Dunlendings are the drug enforcement agents of Middle-earth, I guess are they also going to be, now they're going to be trying to snag some of the catnip too, or confiscate the catnip. Now someone try and get me some of this green here onto our gold, not on the hair. You want that on the gold. Well, we'll see what happens tomorrow there, Thranuel. Well, on the Saturday stream. Since Catdove is actively smoking some pipe weed there. That could lead to all kinds of mischief and mayhem. little tiny something there of green on that. So there's our cat doff right there, and again that's what we'll be painting on the stream tomorrow. And again you can see his pipe over there. Take some of this, we'll bring it over here where there's a little more of our white there, so that's mixed with our floral green. More of that lighter green right down in here. So that is a nice intense green. So again, what I think I'm going to do is I'm just going to go check on that printer, make sure that we're not running out of, or imminently about to run out of spool, and also refresh the medicine there. So don't anybody go away. We will be right back here, just like the sign says. finally have returned. And it does look like the filament it's not maybe going to hold out infinitely, but I think it'll hold out for the rest of the stream here. So we can keep plopping away on our Catladriel here. Might take some of our. No, it's got too much. There we go. Let's get some of the asphaltum in there. We sort of lost our dark over there. You know what? That probably needs to be a little bit darker there too. A little sharper edge, really. Now up here. Here it is. Basic Arturosa. Do we still have some Indian yellow? Yes, we do. And that's got to go in here. Oh, I thought I thought I had some of my Naphtol Scarlet out there. A little bit more of my orange into that. So not so much for the here, but for the crown here, or tiara, or whatever you would want to call it. Hey there, Arid. Everybody, please give Arid Wife a follow. So Arid, hopefully things are still being pretty mellow there, and everything's geared up and ready for your usual Saturday stream, and that's going to be at 7 Pacific. And of course, Arid, if you want to share your Pinterest links, please go ahead and do that. Like always, this is a pretty unusual subject matter, right, Arid? I mean, the Argo kitties were pretty wild. This again also is pretty wild here. So yeah, let's get a little bit more of our orangey stuff going. Down here too. Yeah, let's do this. Let's do this here. Also over here. Here we go. So get a little separation from the here, not just value-wise. That's well, Arid, it's a good thing that Valfira's not here, right? Because the hazard that mustard always poses for Valfira. So Valfira is marked safe from the mustard canning process. So everybody, please check out that Pinterest link that Arid just shared, and then please give Erica Wave a follow if you could. That would be sensational. Oh yeah, this is really starting to separate now. That bit of orange here on the crown, separating that from the here. Hey there, Stevie. Happy Saturday morning to you. So again, everybody, please check out that link that Arid just shared. So I'm glad that the homemade mustard went well there, Arid. I think, well, let's see. I think we did way back in the day. I did homemade pickles. That's right. Yeah, I did the homemade pickles because that's back when before there was the giant fence in the yard, and I could grow cucumbers back there. So we took those and we did make pickles out of those. And I did actually enjoy those a lot. Well, that sounds fantastic. Let's see. So there's a whiskey honey mustard and a whole grain Guinness mustard. That sounds really fantastic there, Arid. Boy, that really needed that little bit of warmth there. It really did. So Stevie, great to see you. Of course, thanks for being here. Yeah, that's going to be. Well, the nice thing is that you don't really You certainly don't have to eat all that right away. It's going to be around for a while. Well, it might get consumed very quickly because it would probably be super yummy. So I guess that's a caveat right there. That's what we would call a caveat for sure. Down there, so even on that little ring, I might. Ooh, let's see. I don't. Maybe I don't have to get my fast matte white, but maybe this will. Yeah, that's still relatively straight up fast matte white there. I thought it had a whole bunch of the green in it, but we'll roll with this right here. I'll try and use that on the ring down here, and then maybe a couple other parts of the crown here. So yeah, Erid, I still have some more things of cookies to distribute among the neighbors, and then it is make another batch of them, and then send them out to friends and family. So yeah, the Christmas cookies, they're not over yet. You know what? I like the idea of just making that later because now it stands out a little bit more. Let me roll in a little more light right there. You know what? So there I can stick my hand over here and then try to get some of my light up here on the here and these couple of sections of the, there we go, of the crown there. Hey there, Doji. So Grand Oracle, I was glad that the Severus Blue just happened to kind of be out there, right from our seascape, because Severus Blue is a really fantastic blue, wouldn't you say? I'm glad that you had yourself a delicious bakery run there, Doji. And of course, Doji, if you would like to share your fabulous oil painted miniatures in the chat, please go ahead and do that too. So Doji, thanks so much for joining us here on this Saturday here. And it's definitely got the opacity, right, of your cobalt teal bluish. The one thing is it is going to leave some shininess. That's the one thing it will do for sure. Which, well, that's easy enough to counteract. Everybody, please check out that Instagram link that Doji just shared. And you want to see some what's also possible with the oil paints, please go check that out. So Grand Oracle, hopefully, again, with this precious time here that you've got where you can kind of spend it more on miniature type stuff. Let me see. And I think it's what, a series? Yeah, it's a series 3. It's like a discount cobalt teal bluish. Now, what will be interesting to see is the Severus blue joined up with maybe the floral green. I don't know if I've ever had a chance to do something like that. So I'm going, you know what? I need to see if I can get some of my early grayish tone in here. Yeah, okay, there we go. Provides just that little touch of separation that I'm looking for. So Toshi, take a look at the inspiration for the basing there. Couldn't resist, and I happen to have the now that's something I might have to throw on the next build plate. There is some more of these birch trees here. because they were meant for a terrain video. Now we've kind of used them up, so we're gonna have to print out some more. I think still have a couple more left, maybe, or maybe several more. I don't know. They might be hiding in amongst some of the basing supplies. Just that was a video I wanted to make months ago, but there's been the well focus on trying to make the airbrush videos, which I'll be trying to film one of those tomorrow slash Sunday, whatever. And that'll be trying to use that was that the Galeri brush with that siphon feed in the bottom. Landrast, I like the idea of no more miniatures, only terrain. That's no, but people are only allowed to do terrain. No more miniature painting. Like everybody just has to do terrain for several months. Well, technically, Landrast, every miniature we paint is really just it's just a portal into what it's the gateway drug, right, to more terrain. More miniatures you got, the more terrain you gotta make. Now, Landrast, I'm just visualizing, some spiders or some bugs trying to set up shop inside that giant thing that you printed out there. I mean, it's practically like a giant motel for them right there. Yeah, so Sector X has the proper attitude towards terrain, where your house is the terrain, and you're just a miniature inside it. So yeah, Landrest, you you finally go in there to play some games with it, and it's already got some residents in there. Somehow that really did need that extra bit of light. Yeah, I'm gonna try and do some of that over here too. Let me do that on this here bog myrtle bush. Let me do that over here. Yeah, oh, some of the red even on those guys. You know what? We're gonna still try to filter in some of that lighter green here too on our. I forget what. I think they're just called ground cover plants or something. I think that's what they call them. Okay, we got our lights in there. So I think right now what's printing, I think it's like a dwarven bell tower sort of thing. And that is also from the same folks that did the Hobbit holes. That would be Miniatureland. Uh, I think the individual levels could probably it'd be pushing it, but I think they might fit on camera. Well, at least on the stream. And I have been able to create some areas for filming the regular videos that are definitely much larger for accommodating big things. It's kind of what even like these tree roots here. Um, Gosh, I think this is also from Miniatureland. Basically Inca style houses, and then obviously kind of a lizard man sort of thing. And I was thinking that some of these tree roots here, right, if I could put those on the building, it would kind of have that overgrown look. See you in a bit there, Arid. See you in a bit. Yeah, I might want to do that myself here to chew. Give me some more of my later ticks here across the birch bark there. And I might still need to get some of my fast mat weight out here. Just because there'll be some things where I really need to hit it just with almost straight up white. This has actually a little bit of the green in it still here. Yeah, a little bit more of that green in there. Doji, we have Gandalf the Grey set. At least he's got his base. So I'll just have to hit him with some primer there. And Doji, I found out by accident that right now again, I guess it's an annual thing they do all the time, but I'm only just finding out about it now that my mini factory has a fabulous winter sale going on. You know what? I'm going to need to roll back into this with some darker stuff. Let me get that Perline Black. That's our really dark green. We will mix it with our Van Dyke Brown to get a little bit of warmth in there. But I think I'm going to use that to achieve a little bit of separation here on some of our leaves. Little more all the way down in there. Okay. So I was almost tempted to do a little bit of glowy stuff there on the pipe. I actually do have to sort of do a little bit of sculpting on that pipe there. Uh, I guess somehow that got a little bit of a misprint on it. I think I have to go with some lighter blue there. So we'll take our radiant turquoise, mix that with the ultramarine blue. Okay, yeah. I didn't need to make it like white, but I needed it to be a little bit lighter there. And I might sneak a touch of that in here. So the gray that you're seeing here, right, that is the initial, almost the same stuff that you see on the ground. We still have some of our very first initial dry brush that we put on here 3 hours, 46 minutes ago. Also, again, we appreciate the, I'm going to say level 4 hype train. And actually, Doji, we did break out the other cookies. The new hype train cookies, yep. We did break those out. So that's a little slightly different color of blue there. It's not as much of a sky blue. It's got a little bit more of a reddishness to it. Maybe a little bit down there too. Because the other thing that does is, see how it's got that yellow, the bluishness there. It separates from the birch trees a bit. Now back here, I have to be careful about making that too light, because the lighter that is, dingier all this is going to look. And that's definitely not what we're looking for. Let me see if I can sneak Mr. liner brush down in there again to get a little bit something lighter here. This is not straight up white. It's maybe about a value 2-ish there. Okay. You know what? We might try to lighten up these a bit more just with what we've got on the brush, and if it's too light, we'll just take a blending brush. Boom, that's it. Alright. And these tree roots, again, those are from Make It Epic Basing, but soon we'll be using some, uh, let's see, they're from Zabavka. Those actually have, well, like the terrain underneath them. These would be, actually, I should try and print these out larger on the FTM style print. That's another thing I should try and do. Holy smoke, I can only imagine how crazy that's going to be. Trying to print those out. If I make them big enough, maybe it won't be quite as much mayhem. Let me get a little bit of the Payne's gray in there for some of that stuff on the rocks here. Alright, we'll do some of that here. Nope, and that's all going to be all going to be foliage down there. I will try to take the, I'm going to say the asphaltum here. Down onto kind of the ends of the here. And I want to see if I can sneak my brush in there to get this lighter stuff on the sleeve. Don't know if that's going to work. Also, we got a little too much thinner on there. We don't want that to turn into a pin line wire. Not down in here. That would be a no bueno kind of thing. Alright. I think I can snag the rest of it from the front here. There's a couple more folds over there. We want that to carry back. Decided not to do any translucent stuff here on the dress there, because we sort of do need that bluish contrast versus all of the yellowish stuff that's going on here. And again, these are 3D printed from Apache Studios. And there's a bunch of other fun characters too. There's a Gimli, there's a Legolas. Obviously, all of your hobbits is. I'm pretty sure there's a. Well, I know there's a Gollum. There's also a. I think there's a Grima. Wormtongue. Let me see something here. Okay, yeah, I just wanted to look at my cat reference for the eyes there. I might think about a little bit of that phthalo green mixed with our floral green. Down in there, that's got a little bit more of the brown in there. I'm trying to make that, again, a little bit more of a green. Tint that differently there. we got our green in there. These bog myrtle bush things here. I was always tempted to go get something like my quinacridone magenta. But let me see what we can do here. This is some of our Doxazine violet, and there is a little bit of the perline red in there too. Are there any other little buds? Okay. I keep chasing those things. Thinking I've got the last one. It's oh, there's another one. Oh, there's another one. What do we got going on here? We need that fast mat right out here. It's gonna be this stuff right there. Don't need a whole bunch, just something. There we go. That's actually more than I need. That should do it. That should definitely work for what we got to do here. Wow, oh yeah, that is a whole bunch lighter than what else is out here. So let's see if some of the highlights on the hair, the dress, maybe even a couple of spots on our birch trees. Maybe those can be energized one last time. I think that still is lighter. Now, we haven't really messed with this in quite a while here. So, Doji, I was trying to explain the concept of chibi miniatures to Kathy's family. Needless to say, that's something they had never ever heard of before. I don't know if you could say that. When was the chibi, like the really kind of the apex of the chibi craze? Was that 5 years ago, 6 years ago, or was it more recent than that? I seem to think of it as between 4 and 6 years ago, where was it the chibi thing was really a big deal. Now it's not like it's not nothing now. I don't think it's quite as intense as what it was. So yeah, I'm sitting there trying to explain to him what chibi miniatures are. Fortunately, again, my feeble brain came on to the term Funko Pop, and they were familiar with the Funko Pop stuff. So I could say, well, it's a little bit sort of like that. Or maybe more of it like that than I thought, but that was the only comparison that I could come up with. That's for sure. Well, it's I think if we had never done the Lord of the Rings themed gummy bears, probably wouldn't. Oh yeah, actually, let's see if I can. There's there's Gumladriel and Catladriel. That's a that's a pretty funny comparison right there. And hopefully I can. Well, I don't know. Maybe it would be super nice if I could actually just learn enough about the sculpting to be able to make something like those, so that we would all have the STL files of them. So I'm glad it's not quite an orange tab. It's mostly an orange tabby. Or is it a Schmorin Schmabby cat? This fool, let's make that later too. So we got not just a variation in the lights there, we also have a variation in that color. There's even two different kinds of blue in there. yeah, Doji, digital sculpting. I don't even know how to even get started in that. It would be a very unique video where I'm like, okay, here's how I press the on button. That's about all I would know. There, Doji, have a good one there. So I'll see you later there,
Hello, little
Doji.
hobbits. Spark my ganja.
Thank you so much, Shazy Faye. Appreciate that. So you're saying that we are cats. Well, it's kind of confirmed because when you talk, you just all I hear is meow. Maybe you're just getting a secondary contact high from the pipeway there. It's like nope, nope, you're definitely meowing. It's like why do I feel the sudden urge to use a litter box? So that's again our normally Gandalf looks a little bit more like this, but geez, tomorrow's stream is going to be absolutely insane. Well, our Saturday stream, anyways. All right, we got a Gandalf 6 roll. What's it going to be? That's the first. Actually, I think it's the first in a couple of streams. There's a big old Gandalf 6 for Shazy Faye. Thank you so much, Shays. Appreciate you being here. And of course, thank you so much for that follow as well. Boy, Doji just left. Yeah, he didn't even get to hear that Catladriel even brought out an appearance by Prinkles the cat. Yeah, talk about two cats not getting along there. All right, we're going to touch a little bit more of our later. Now that we got this straight up fast matte white there. So again, Stevie, thanks for joining. I know you've been in here for a couple of hours at least. And again, I appreciate all the folks that helped to generate the earlier hype train. With all the bitses and the subs and the cheers. Well, I'm so used to painting these literally no bigger than this. It's just, wow, it's pretty wild to see them like that. I might still print out some of these on the resin printer. I know I did that with, what were they called? They're also from Make It Epic. It was either the Dark Forest trees or something like that. I was printing them out for the Celtic themed, not Loot Studios. Oh yeah, much more Raging Heroes. That's it. I still gotta get those. Let's see, I've got some Tomb Kings, Raging Heroes prepped, or gotta get those prepped, and also there's some Bretonians. Gotta get those prepped for tutorials and also for some streams. You know, I'm gonna. Where's a micro blending brush? This is it. This might just do it here, because that's a little bit too much of just a line there. So I'm doing a little tap, tap, tap. I'm not pulling on it like this. It's straight up and down. Because what that's doing is just taking some of the excess paint off of there. Touch more of that lighter color here on the ears. Get my blending brush back on that again. That was a little too far down there. So again, we'll see if we can get some of the other cat files, which sounds like some kind of TV show or something, the cat files. We'll see if we can, again, kind of keep doing a variety of cats. There were a few of them, like the Gollum one was clearly meant to be one of those hairless cats. That was very, very clear what that one was, and I think, was it Samwise Gamgee is actually a Siamese? Again, you can go look for yourself. You just go to Apache Studio on My Mini Factory and you can go look for yourself. You know what? Probably should get a little bit more of the light on that piece of bark that's all curled up there. And a few more. Yeah, get some lights up there. That works. Alright. Yeah, that's I'm gonna put that over here on the crown if I can. Yeah. Come on, over the top. Now, then we get that blending brush again. Blending brush, take that away. Might move this, or make the highlight thing here a little bit larger. A little more pronounced. Yep. And then we've got our secondary one over here. Maybe a touch of this all the way down here on the bottom of the eye. If we can. Also over here. So 4 hours, 5 minutes ago, it was just that same kind of dark brown primer as what we used on the Argo Kitties last night. And again, this is one of them right here. You can even still see that brown that's on the wood there. That's the color primer that both of these were. You know what? There's a little fold over there that I want to try and catch with some of our lighter white. And again, using this like a dry brush. It's wet blending with a dry brush type of action. Remember, we were just weren't talking all that long ago about how easy it is to get the oils onto the surface. That's why, oh gosh, how big was that mural that I had to paint? It was 130 something inches by 90 something inches. And I think I used a grand total of about a tube and a half of paint for the entire thing. More of our light right along there and some here. So I think I've been avoiding sticking my hand on those roots there. I'm going to maybe throw a little bit of this here on that. More of that down here. Okay, finally starting to see some of the little smaller detail type things here in our little bog myrtle bush buds, whatever they are. Yep, there we are. Now I'm going to leave, just going to put a little something on that fold there. We should just leave that be. maybe a touch more over light here on the for under the eyes. All right. That's a little verschmizzled up there. Let's de-verschmizzle that. I think up there is. Well, let me try some of the lighter stuff. Then we could maybe do some darker bits in here. But let me try this first. Yeah, let's go back in with the dark. Let's do that. Let's grab some of that. Pretty much just the Van Dyke Brown, I think. Trying to sneak my brush down in here. I think we'll just have to attack it from this angle. We'll do the same here. There's another one of our little gaps that we need to make a bit darker there. All the way across there. I was glad that I was able to get all those, the crazy little hairs, right, that you get from that filament where it's sort of, it's all super stringy, and that's, kind of where the heat made things a little bit bonkers, and it just wasn't able to adhere to the figure or whatever the print was. Let me get some of my Van Dyke Brown up here. There we go. Also there. Again, some nice separation right there. Boy, that extra little blue that we put on the pupils of the eyes, boy, that made a bigger difference than even I thought. I knew it made a difference at the time. I could see it. Yeah. So we need to get some of our dark into that. So again, putting some of these darker stuff into. Oh yeah, we gotta do that up here. Van Dyke Brown. Up there. I mean, the nice thing is it doesn't have to be followed exactly. And wow, you would have a very tough time seeing that the birch trees were FDM printed. You'd have to. I mean, I'm looking at them in a magnifier here, and it's not easy to to see any of the layer lines. Again, that was printed on a bamboo X1 carbon. Now, hard to believe it was only a little over 1 year ago that I got that thing. Feels like I've had it since 2020. Oh no, that did not arrive in the house here until very late December of last year. Is there an... No, that's just the dress there. Okay, so I'm going to have to come back into it with some of our bluish gray for the top of that sleeve. I don't think that's hair. I think that is sleeve over there. A little more of our light here on the down on the bottom of the trunk of our birch tree. I wonder. Let me see if I can get some more light on the hair. Actually, I was thinking darker on the hair to make the contrast over here between the crown and that, but I might have to go. I have to do the opposite. I might have to make it lighter. Well, there's a. Okay, let me try these two. Let's. We'll take my Van Dyke Brown, and we'll try the Asphaltum. Those two together. That's pretty dark. Maybe separate that a little more there. Because again, we don't want the hair getting too dark. It's a bit of a balancing act there. Now back over here to our Mars red to mix that also with the Van Dyke Brown. What was the thing? Oh, geez, I wonder. Well, Grand Oracle, I know the conversation I think was about taking the Mars, not the Mars. What were we gonna take? We're gonna mix a couple of things together to see what kind of Payne's Gray we would get. Were we going to mix the indigo with our pigment red 101 with our Mars red? Oh, we're gonna mix it with something with Mars black. I can't even remember what it was, and it was just on the stream last night. Oh, to make asphaltum, that's right. Oh, we're gonna take the pigment red. Oh, and yeah, and Mars black. Now I'm wondering. I need to make those ears a little lighter on the inside. Let me try this. So there's that same. Remember the violet we were putting up here? That's that Mars Violet Deep. I think that's what it's called. So yeah, Grando, I was thinking indigo because well, obviously we already have our Payne's Gray, but I wanted to see if mixing that red and oh, because they're not to make a asphaltum. That's what we want to make. Yeah, we want to make our substitute asphaltum color. And that was going to be, I think, Mars Black and the oh, burnt sienna. That's it, Grand Oracle. Pigment Red 101, but burnt sienna, not terracotta. And will that make something that is reasonably close to a something like a Payne's Gray? Or sorry, not a Payne's Gray, but an asphaltum. Mostly because again, the asphaltum is either a Richardson color or a Gamlin color, and folks overseas, well, might just have a hard time getting their hands on that. Did we actually? I'm trying to think if we did just on the for funsies on the stream, Grand, or if we did mix that Payne's Gray with the Van Dyke Brown, just as a quick little thing to see what it might do. Hey there, Pascal. How you doing? Everybody, please give Pascal Rules a follow if you could. That would be sensational. So Pascal, how you doing? And of course, if you want to post anything in the chat there, please go ahead. And yeah, Pascal, this is what we painted last night. So these are 3D prints from Apache Studio. So there's the Argo kitties. Yeah, And well, now we have Catladriel here, and on our Saturday stream, we will be painting Cat Dolph there. So everybody, please check out that Insta link that Pascal just shared. And of course, Merry Christmas there, Pascal. Merry Christmas, and well, Happy New Year in advance. Since well, it's the 28th now. We're getting mighty close to our New Year's Eve stream too. Getting closer and closer to that. Let me, a touch of the Mars Yellow Deep. Just a straight up Mars Yellow Deep. I don't think we've actually used just the straight up Mars Yellow Deep on this thing yet. Oh, Pascal, great to see you, of course. And these are really, really, really unusual. Actually, Pascal, I was just asking a minute ago, was the big craze with the chibi figs, was that about 4 to 6 years ago? So Pascal, right now I have only these, well, basically 4 files, but I was thinking of trying to get the Gimli one, and let's see, I think, oh, there was like, I think the Sam, I was thinking of getting that. So those were two of the ones I definitely was thinking about getting. Uh, he has several more. I think you could say all of the Fellowship. I don't know if there's like an Elrond. I know there is a Gollum. So again, everybody please check out that Instagram link that Pascal just shared. And of course, please give Pascal a follow on the Twitches there, because Pascal also does stream. I don't know if you're going to be doing any Christmas streams or anything like that there. And again, I do believe that the Gollum character is represented by one of those sort of hairless cats, aka kind of like our Basti here that we did. So yeah, as you can see, a kind of a gangle creature, right? Yeah, sort of like a Gollum there. That sounds like that's going to be super fun there, Pascal. That sounds like that'll be very fun to do. And of course, 4 hours and 21 minutes ago, this had no paint on it whatsoever, because that's how we roll here in Wappleville. We roll mighty quick. I'm gonna get me a little touch more of that Mars Yellow Deep on the fingers, paws. Mostly just to make those separate from that cloth. So I'm really glad I put that extra bit of that kind of bluishness in there. Let me see what happens with this here. That's a little bit of the same color we put in the nose. So I'm going to try to work that into the ears here a little bit. So yeah, I'm sure that's going to be super fun, Pascal. Work that in this way. So again, I don't want that to become too much of a yellow either. I'm going to take so that is again the ice blue. We're mixing it with that uh, Mars Violet Deep, again, which is not a purple. pour that down into the ears, and then also using that on some of the branches here. Let's make these a bit lighter now too. This too. And I'm going to throw a little bit something lighter down there, although we will try to maybe get some of our lighter white in there as well. Sure, we'll lighten you a bit. Can't really do too much more up here with that light. That would just kind of draw the eye away. What about here? You know what? I'm gonna get me some of that dark green. Dark green. Perline black. Not a black, it's dark green. Yeah, I might even darken the underside of the leaves a little bit too. Getting a little more separation over here. Maybe darken that leaf too. I think we got enough dark of that to get. So the white robe, right? If we put too much dark in those crevices there, that's you don't need that much. Do we already do our? Oh, you know what? I probably have to go back into this with some of my really light stuff there. Let me first try to separate these leaves from each other here. Okay, that works. Again, that's phthalo green with the. Have I zoomed in as? Okay, yeah, that's as far as I can zoom in. I thought I could still get back to my one more zoom to get you even closer to the face, but that's we've used up all the zooms. Little light there. Where are we at now? I'm just going back to my cat reference really quick, like here. And Arid has returned. So here again, I do hope that it's a kind of a bit of a relief. You know, you got the big dice tower, some of those literal big dice tower projects are all finished and ready to go. I'm gonna sneak a little bit of this dirt down in there. Another one over here, and yeah, I'm kind of gotten all the dark that I can get around my tree roots here. Let me hit that too. Still really wild that I could pretty much completely hide the all of the FDM style layer lines in all of those trees. Yeah, it should be Again, actually, oh, Erin, if you wanted to share your Pinterest link again, I was probably a good 40-ish minutes ago or so when the last time you shared that. Let me try that there. So everybody check out again that Pinterest link that Erin just shared in the chat, and then please again give Erin Wife a follow if you could. So again, the birch trees here, those are 3D printed from Make It Epic basing, like the bog myrtle bushes, this ground cover, and I'm pretty darn sure it's got to be the tree roots because, well, I just got the Zabavka tree roots. Now I'm gonna try and get me some of that lighter gray down here. Let me just use this here. Let's roll with this for a sec. And again, if I have some thinner in there, it's gonna go, and that's what really fills up those layer lines. Now, any kind of 3D printed stuff tends to be really absorbent for the oil paint, so that's why with, say, terrain stuff, I could almost get away without painting it. So Erid actually was able to reach surpass 1,200 followers, so congratulations there, Erid. Boy, that's fantastic. I'm really glad. And of course, anybody that hasn't already followed Erid Wife, please do so. So then Erid's going to be on the way to 1,300. Actually, Erid, geez, I'm trying to think when your stream anniversary is. And I guess, what would you be doing for your next stream anniversary? I think it was it in the late summer there, your stream anniversary? I might be getting that mixed up with Blades. Thanks to Armored Wolf for posting a link to the Patreon page. Again, you do that Army Painter pledge level. Get ready to binge. As in, like, binge watch for the rest of your natural life or unnatural life. Yeah, you might need the ring. Right, Grand Oracle, you'll need to have the one true ring, which will give you an unnatural long life, which means you might actually be able to watch all of the videos, because there's now well over 2,000 hours worth of vids there. Now that is extra bizarre there, Arid. Yes. Oh, and I still gotta create that. I wanted to create like a sticker for the Linseed Fellowship. That's right. Because the one that I use for the emote, well, I don't know. I could try to do that one too, I guess. Sadly, though, I think the original graphics of those got toasted because they were on the old machine, which at this point still is a dead machine. I guess, Arid, if it doesn't make any sense whatsoever, then as far as dealing with Twitch, then it makes perfect sense. Yeah, if it makes absolutely no sense for something to happen, Streamlabs or Twitch will definitely be the source of it. No doubt. You know what? We're going to change that around a little here, maybe. Get me some of the asphaltum into that. on the, let me get the top of that branch a little bit more down here. You're right. I'm pretty sure last night, holy smokes, the autocorrect monster. It was on a rampage because every like Valfera would try and type something. Then I think there was like three different people trying to type things in, and it wasn't like it was just changing one little thing. It was practically altering the entire meaning of what it was they were trying to type. Also making it more like Greeking because they couldn't understand anything that was going on. So again, what are we at here again? 4 hours, 34 minutes ago. Our Catladriel here, devoid of paint completely. Now, where's our Gandalf here? I almost thought about doing a little bit of source lighty type thing here on his staff. We might do that. Let's see, do we have, oh, here we go. I mean, we did actually do it here. Oh, maybe this one shows it a little bit more. So we did do a bit of a glow there, so why not do a bit of a glow on that cat dove tomorrow. And that's funny, Arid, because you would almost think that that's what the autocorrect would be doing is changing things away, say from something that's a wee bit on the naughty side, and making it less naughty instead of generating the naughty. That, yeah, then we're gonna get it darker in there and take some of the Van Dyke brown, some of our asphaltum down. There we go. That is better. Geez, I can I can only imagine there just how insane that must have been. What are we doing here? Let me get some of this. That's the Van Dyke brown. Some of the asphaltum. What Grand Oracle? It's gonna take a little bit of digging to get down to the burnt sienna. If I still have that here, that might actually still be at the house where I did the mural. Yeah, it might. I don't know. Maybe we might not have that. I just realized. So I, uh, what was it that we found out was in? Oh yeah, there was a pigment red 101. So pretty much determined that had to be burnt sienna. And then what was the other? Oh, there was some kind of black in it. That's right. Well, let's see. What's the other? The I think the S and the D. Yeah, on the keyboard. And I think it's the same thing with the phone, right? That's when I was. I think it was one of the Song of Ice and Fire streams. Needless to say that the S was missing and a D was substituted for it, and that really. I was wondering why there weren't as many people in that stream, and then when people said, "Hey, yeah, there's a little bit of a mistype there on the Song of Ice and Fire title," then I think that kind of started to explain what was going on there. That was most unexpected. And I don't even know how in the heck you can change that while you are on stream, because I couldn't find any way to get in there and change that. So people thought maybe that was a little bit different oriented stream right there than usual. Still working some of this darker brown up in there. I think I've made that about as dark as I can. This, less of just the dark, and here we go. Oof, not that big old chunk of paint on there. Okay, there we go. That just needed some more of this almost like a reddish type color there. Yeah, I was missing some of that. We got that pretty much everywhere else where we need it. Perhaps a little more over there. Debating. Now remember, we was talking about making the hair a little bit lighter to bring out the golds in the middle. I'm gonna maybe try, yeah, since we still have our fast matte white out here, like straight up fast matte white. I'm gonna try and go with some of this onto the crown again, to just really try and find those super light highlights. Of course, you got, it's an interesting dichotomy here with the chibi, which is super stylized, yet they've tried to impart as many realistic details on these as possible. Okay, that's what's missing. Also, there we go. Yep, that stands out now. Much better. Do I need it? Yeah, I'm going to try and do the same on the other side here. So one up here, and then another one there. And that is really just our straight up fast matte white. Let me get back to my blue here on this, because that is, okay, there we go. That was way too thick right there. Much better. Put some of that down here. And to get a little more of a bluish tint to this, so we have a essentially kind of a medium range gray. Medium range gray. Going in there. Still need to make that a little lighter. I might, well, too much thinner in that. Let's get rid of some of the thinner, because this, still not quite light enough. Get a little bit of the fast matte white into that. So yeah, here I can only imagine what that must have been like on stream there. Let me just get, trying to just get the straight up ultramarine blue, but boy, there's a whole lot of lighter color on the brush, so I just had to get rid of all that. Trying to, again, sharpen up that edge over here, and then this one up here by making that a little darker, and then up here, same deal. There we go. Now I need to get like two little dots here right on the corner of these things. Nope, gotta clean that out really, 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 really well. Okay, accomplished. One dot over there. Another dot over there, and then one more there. Nope, still got a little teensy later. Ah, now we got it. Well, Grand Oracle, thanks so much for being here. Appreciate that. And of course, got this one. And like I said, I'll try and get some of those other ones. We'll try and grab some of those other ones so that we can well, have some more fun with that. Like, again, that Gimli one, I think that is definitely one that I have to try and snag. So Stevie, it's a little bit more of working from the middle out. Now here we started with the darker primer, but the first thing we did was do some of that lighter mid-tone dry brush, and then we started doing some of the darker glazes over the top. Sometimes we do the pre-glaze where we're starting with a primer that's more like this, a neutral gray, and then we hit it with some the pre-glaze, which here we go. This horsey here was that way. So that's how we approach the horsey. This is one of our latest videos right there. So sometimes it's middle out. Sometimes we're almost a little bit more with the dark to start out with. Sometimes it's much lighter to start out with. It really does depend on the miniature itself. Also, especially with how hard is it going to be to get at stuff. Like here we go, like our chariots here. Well, we started with the darker brown primer there because there was just places we were not going to be getting to, like at all. There was no way we were getting to some of those. Let me see something here. Sure. Oh, okay. Let me use a different brush for that. I'm going to grab this guy here, and we definitely need to get our little mix of the Asphaltum and the Van Dyke Brown. Couple plays this one here, and over here too. Holy smokes. So thanks again, Grand Oracle, for being here. Appreciate that, and thanks again for helping the hype trains happen too, because those help a ton. So yes, Stevie, depending on the miniature, and sometimes it'll go back and forth. Sometimes even on the same miniature, maybe it might have started out kind of more as a light going to dark, and sometimes it goes back around the other way. Because remember, with the oil paints, the lighter colors are going to be opaque, the darker colors are not. And an awful lot of those colors are, of course, your darker color is going to be on that more translucent side of things. 1 second here. Make sure that we don't have too much of that on the sleeve. What's going on with this here? Let me get a little bit of again, that same dark here. Yeah, that's, I can see a little bit of the layer lines here. So if I do this, we lose some of those. back to that more of, again, more of a reddish color here. Put some more down there. Let me get a little bit more of a, go back to our lighter color again. Let's get some of this. Yeah, I guess I'm just going to steal some of my fast matte white, put that in there. Yeah, Stevie, even with the acrylics, it was kind of the same thing. Sometimes, most of the time, it was kind of going from the middle and working darker and lighter from the middle. So from the middle out instead of one extreme or the other. Because think of it this way, if you're starting with only the darker stuff, you have that much further to go to get to your light. If you start out with the mid-tone, then you don't have as far to go to get to your shadows, to get to your highlights. Now again, with the oils, since your lighter colors are going, they're so opaque and they're going to cover so well, that's no big deal to go from, well, basically almost a black to something that's very light. Yep, see you later, Artemichael. See you later. Hopefully, you don't end up with a nor'easter next week or this Sunday or whatever. And have yourself a good one. And of course, we'll see you later today. Yeah, what do we got? 309 over here. Yep, 309 here. Now let me hit some more of this here. Up at the very top. Ah, yeah, up top on the very top of our trees there. This thing has nothing but middle tones. I want to get some of our lighter white on that too. Yeah, up here. Wait a second. 1 second. First, we'll do this. Now we'll come back. We'll grab some of this stuff. And there. Okay, and up here too. Yep, I can see that needs to be some of our white up there. Sure, I mean that's at the very top of the tree. It would be catching light up there, so let's make sure we actually do that. Okay, though my hand is on this brush also too. Again, caress the brush, do not crush the brush. Do not crush the brush. I think, okay, yeah, now we're good to go there. Somehow never managed to do that one. I think we need a little bit more of our light up there. Good to go there now. And this thing too maybe catches a bit more of the light, sure enough. Something lighter there. Wait a minute. Wait 1 second. There, a little bit more of our light there. Yeah, I'm gonna still get some more light on the bottom of the tree here. Ooh, I got to come back with some of my really dark stuff here. I'm just seeing that now over in here. I don't think we have to do too much of it over there, but let me get some light back in there. And now let's go the other way here. Let's do this the other way. Let's get some of our Van Dyke Brown and some of the asphaltum together. The other thing I'm really trying to do also too there, I can see some of the layer lines there, so we're trying to do a little Moskarovka on the layer lines. Bit more dark right there. Good to roll, good to roll. Very nice. So here there's a little bit of weird separation from the filament there. So I'm trying to almost kind of paint that a little extra dark there to again to just kind of hide that. And if we wanted to, we could put little clumps of foliage in there that could hide it even more. Darker here is what. I don't know. I kind of like that over there. I might just leave that there. Yeah. Maybe I'll do a little teensy bit of our Mars Yellow Deep over the top of that, but where are we at here with our Mars Yellow Deep? A little more. Yeah, I think I wanted that little bit of extra dark there. It makes that face turn a little more. So let's see, 4 hours 55 minutes ago, this whole thing was just primer. There were no birch trees. There was no eyes, no plants, no nothing. That all happened in less than 5 hours. And also, again, there was a little bit of side activity with some raids and, of course, our level 4 hype train, which we appreciate. Come on, there you are. You know what? I might even let that get a little later over here, too. This is why we work on the whole thing all at once, right? We don't just say, okay, we're just going to paint the cat's face and nothing else. We have no context, right? That when we do one area, that's going to really impact what happens somewhere else because you make something much later, all of a sudden everything around it is going to seem darker. So you, by working kind of relatively evenly on all the different areas at once, makes things a whole lot easier. Let me see something here. We're gonna. Oh, thanks, Stevie. Appreciate that. Thank you so much. So yes, Steve. I think we'll go with that. We'll do a little bit of Source Lady up there because that can get on his hat there. Almost a little bit like a dark. Over that's Schmandorf there. His much bigger and older and tougher brother. Hey, this Mechanic Games, how you doing? Thank you so much for being here. Appreciate that. So great to see you there, This Mechanic Games. And of course, This Mechanic Games, you want to share something in the chat. And of course, Stevie, if you wanted to share something there in the chat, please go ahead. I think you might have already done that. But if not, go on ahead. There's a couple more areas here where we need to catch some light along the edge of that, and here too. So the original inspiration for it was, well, this was that Arena Studios Galadriel that we painted on stream. Now those are done with the resin printer because they're much smaller. And it's funny because these seemed really big on the resin printer. Then I did these on the FGM style printer, and well, I'm gonna have to do me some more of those now. That's no problem there, Stevie. So This Mechanic Games, everybody please give This Mechanic Games a follow. Now we're going to be doing an epically long stream, and of course, well, here we had to resort to an alternate form of medicine. That's actually kind of a citrus Mountain Dew right there. So what was it? What is it? With the orange juice and the vodka, a screwdriver. Yeah, it's like the caffeine version of a screwdriver. Yeah, there's all there is just it again. Kind of all the stuff you would sort of expect in a Mountain Dew, but then they essentially added some orange juice to it. It seems like. I just found that on Amazon. Yeah, that was it. Let me get rid of that here. There we go. I didn't really need that reference anymore. I had the reference of several different types of cat's eyes, and remember with Ganna, we're gonna go with the kind of the bluish gray fur, and then we'll do the kind of the yellowish orangey eyes, which will make actually kind of a nice contrast too, also to the bluish glow right from his staff. Yeah, just trying to throw a few more little lights on the ends of our leaves right here. So you can see, even I did actually wash my hands in during one little uh, check on the printer there, and yet I'm still sticking my hands on those roots down there, which are, again, are also 3D printed. All right, what are we doing with this? Work that in over here. Yes. Sure, I'll throw a few of these lights on these leaves. Again, those are our bog myrtle bushes. A couple on those. And of course, things must be messy before they can be neat. Remember when this was just, even the face itself was mostly just kind of the same sort of gray that this was, even some parts of the dress. So you see where it's kind of almost a purplish gray. That's the initial dry brush that we did about 5 hours ago. Yes, indeed. Okay, let me get more of this here. Throw a little more of my light on top of that. Maybe even some more on our rocks here. Okay, and that is going to be getting foliage like this. So you can see we've got some of our homemade grass tufts on there. We're also going to get some little leaves and everything else. So I don't have a Discord there, Stevie. Uh, everything. There's so much time spent on Instagram, Facebook, YouTube. Just don't have the time. I'm hoping eventually, maybe to be able to do more stuff with the Discords, and hopefully in 2025. So no Discord. Sure, I don't want to go too late with that because again, that's going to Detroit. We got this light stuff here. If we make that branch over there really light, it will take away from the highlights right over here. And we're doing that. Not too much later on those, again, those roots there. Thanks, Armored Wolf, for posting link to the YouTube and the Instagrams. I will be trying to get another. I might be taking one of our Tomb Kings, turning that into a YouTube. I almost was tempted, maybe. Well, again, once I have all of the stuff on the bottom here, again, the water effects and such, to maybe turn that. Take one of the two, because I think the session was about 6 hours long, so I could probably again cut that. If we're just doing one, could cut it down to probably 2.5-ish hours. So yeah, Stevie, there's trying to do all the social media stuff. There's only so many I can do, and well, the Insta, we've been investing in that for years, so I'm kind of sticking with that for now. Again, eventually we'll try to do more stuff with the Discord. Hopefully, especially by next October when we want to do all that CathyCon stuff, which pretty much has to take place in Discord. Do we have, yep, one more light there. So yeah, now I got some turn on those leaves. Again, look where my hand is on this brush. Nowhere near that metal ferrule. A relaxed grip on that brush. You can basically, you can't even see my fingers on screen, right? That is how far away my fingers are from that metal ferrule. Yet, do you see that brush shaking at all? It's not moving. It is not moving except where we want it to go. I'm shooting for a little more light right here at the very bottom of the eye. It's kind of like our gem here, right? We want the light to pass through that and then down through the bottom. Can't really get much lighter on the dress portion, but maybe on this, right, like at the upper part of this. And I don't know if I can really do much more than that. Do this too. Right on the top edge of that part of our tree. I'm going to go back to my dark down in here. I'll take that Van Dyke Brown again. There we go. Okay, yeah, up here, let me take is that the asphaltum again. Not just making that darker, but I want it to have that little bit of a reddish tone to it. Here, over here, there's another ear. Let me get my other liner brush here. Get back to that much lighter tone on here. Super, there's way too much thinner. Let me cut that down. Because I never got my last light right there, and also on this side. We did it on the other side over there, but not on this side for whatever reason. And then maybe also a touch later on the hair itself. Few places. The ears, I was also thinking of maybe a little more light down there. And all this is still wet, so when I do this, it is mixing in with the colors that are already there. Okay, lighten this up a little on the braids. When we were putting, kind of getting our darks back in there, we lost a little. There we are. Much better. Everybody, please check out the Instagram link that This Mechanic Games just shared, and please give This Mechanic Games a follow. So This Mechanic Games, I guess, well, in about 9-ish hours or so, you'll be doing, you'll be streaming there. And of course, Pascal, I think you shared your some of your fabulous miniatures there too before. If you want to do that again, that's fine. You've been here for a while. I think you've been here hour and a half ish or something like that. So yeah, if you didn't get a chance to do that already, everybody check out. There we go. Check out that fabulous link there from Pascal. Go do that. Put this down over here too. Along that. Look at that up there. You got a little bit too pink, a little too rosy there. It's open to finish. Oh, when you're doing your, that's gonna be really fun there, Pascal getting a chance to paint along with somebody. That's really a fun thing to do. I never get a chance to do that myself. Back to that asphaltum here. Ah, never got that back on that branch either. Okay, that's better. And now up here. Alright, we're good on that one. Pretty good up there. And do a couple little cross hatches here going on the bark this way. So again, everybody please check out what Pascal just posted there. It's super fantastic miniatures. And of course, please give Pascal a follow while you're at it. You know, I'm going to soften that a little bit, maybe even let that get a little bit darker there so that it fades more to the background there. Yeah, what's the as social painters? Actually, that was very much the way for Kathy. It was so much easier for Kathy to uh, do the miniature painting if she was there doing it with other folks. So you could really lock in and focus, and she would get a ton of stuff done in very little time. Actually, hanging around painting with other folks. Oh, I need to get some of my lighter stuff in there. That's what's missing over there. All right, we can do that. We can do that right here. Ooh, that's gonna be too light. We're gonna back away from that a little. Okay, that's what was missing there. That's why that didn't have any separate. Oh, sorry, I have to turn it around so you can see that. Hey there, Neshlan. Yeah, let's go. A lot of folks. Well, sometimes it's a little bit more punitive, where they say, well, if I don't paint anything on stream, then I embarrass myself. So they kind of almost do it at a little bit where they're really just pushing themselves as hard as possible by doing the streaming, where it's okay, it's put up or shut up. I'm streaming now. So Neshland, great to see you. So yeah, this is round 2 on the Lord of the Rings kitties, and well, our Saturday stream's gonna have round 3. We got that all ready to go. We're making some of this mix of our fast matte white and some of the Mars Yellow Deep. You know what, that might need a touch of light right there, just a teensy little bit. Yeah, that does help. That helps a bunch. I'll touch my light there too. So see you later there, Pascal. Again, have yourself a lot of. I'm sure you're going to have a blast. And well, actually, again, that's really nice of you to kind of help out there and do the motivation and offer some of the help and the advice and such. So really, really nice of you to do that. A little bit of the lighter fur color there. I think we kind of could use some there. I don't want it to get too close to what we've got on the dress there, but I think we do need some. And that's all kind of mixing together here with some of that. There's still some of our initial lighter dry brush in there, even. I think I might be able to go with a little lighter yellow here on the paws / hands. soften some of the edges of this up here. Effectively just doing a little tap, tap, tap. That's all it is. Because what that does is it does take away some of the excess. Whoops, wrong thing. I needed my reference picture there. Catch some more of my lighter stuff on the tree back there. That's a little choppy. I'm going to get there's my blending brush. There we go. So what that does is kind of, it does a little bit of blending, but it's mostly kind of taken away some of the paint that's there. I do have to say, with this, again, these are from Apache Studio. With the detail that they put on these, we saw it with the Argo kitties. It's easier to do the realistic stuff on something that normally is very stylized. The only other time I painted anything vaguely chibi-like, the faces were so simplified that it was really hard to do any kind of remotely realistic effect on them. Whereas here, again, that's there's some really, really spectacular details on this, so it does make it possible to create, again, something that looks a little bit more on the realistic side when it comes to the painting. I was not sure if that was going to be the case. I didn't think it was. Now, I'm sure there's other chibi files out there that are along the same lines that aren't necessarily done by Apache Studio. I'm sure there's some fantastic ones out there. I think these were for some kind of board. Actually, I think it was like it's almost like the children's version of Scythe or something like that. I think that's a board game. Now, okay, instead of adding more of my light, let's go the other way and let's do some darker. So Van Dyke Brown. Oh yeah, that needed to be on the darker side of the spectrum there. Might try to do the same thing down in here. There's, oh yeah, down in there too. Again, you can't really see too much of that, so I'm not going to fool around there where you really can't see much of anything. Let's see something here. Let's, okay, we'll line up this. There we go. Tempted to get a little bit more of my lighter go on the tree right back here, but I think it's going to be too late, so I'm going to back off a little bit to something that is more of a gray. But now that we are, well, we've been doing this, I think, what, 5.5 hours almost? I think I definitely want to check on that print because we might be pushing it there for the filament to run out. We want to go see and make sure that doesn't happen. So that's where we say thank you so much to Armored Wolf for doing all the moderations, being here all 5.5 hours after, I swear, probably 5 hours last night. No, 6 hours last night. Yeah. So we appreciate Armored Wolf. Of course, we appreciate all of the bits and the subs and the follows and the cheers because those are a major help. And thank you so much for being here, Arid. Sorry to kind of cut out on you early. Well, I hope that your Saturday stream is a blast. So Arid will be streaming again 7 p.m. Pacific time. So see you later, Stevie. See you later, Neshlin. Again, sorry to kind of cut out early there, but yeah, I want to make sure that print doesn't have the no filament going on for too long. So let's take a little look-see at this here. I might also, here, let me back out a little bit. There we go. So I can see a little bit more of the fabulous birch trees for Catladriel from Apache Studios. And again, there is the cat doff. That is going to be our miniature for our next stream, which is just later today. So see you later, Neshlin. Oh, that's good, Irid. That is good. I'm really glad about that. I'm going to head on over, I think, to Mika over here, because we haven't actually raided Mika in a long time. So thanks again, everybody. I appreciate everything, and I will catch you on our Saturday stream.